When it comes here, there are those in anaerobic bacteria or something, which does the decomposition. And then the product that we get is methane gas, and then it's piped into that house.
Wow.
The waste it comes through the outlet. We take it as slurry. It could be used as liquid manure. Then we take the waste and then we apply it on crops as liquid manure. So in permaculture, we don't throw away anything. We make use of everything. Yeah, sure. Make use of everything. We have cattle. Those are the ones that does the grazing. And then we have pigs. We bring them in here. We store them there, and then we could sell them to our visitors or customers. And then the extra we could replant it in the garden, so that we become self-reliant. We are promoting self-reliance. We have courses that runs for 1 week, and then some runs for 2 weeks. And these bricks are called the SSBs, soil stabilized blocks. They've got a cement element in them, and they can last for a long time. They are very cheap to produce. And they can stay for a long time as long as they don't get wet. But even if they get wet, because of the properties of cement that is inside, they become much stronger. And as I said earlier on, that our target group is the poor rural farmer. If you look at our structures, they are made in a way that even the rural farmer can afford. Look at the ceiling. It's made of reeds, many reeds that are found in rivers. It's not very expensive. The window frames is just planks, but at least the house is presentable. It's not all that bad. It's presentable. So we are encouraging farmers at our level best to use local available resources. Something that doesn't pump out money, because money is used to get these days. Water that is harvested from the roof is diverted into these pits. These are water harvesting pits. We believe in permaculture that water which is above the ground is destructive, because if it joins forces, it can even sweep away a house. You know, the floods. So we try by all means to encourage farmers to let all runoff sink.
Straight away.
Let it sink, and then if it sinks, it becomes productive, because it will rise up again at night, and it will recharge the water tables. Then by so doing, you'll be having perennial boreholes. But if you leave it flowing, going away, it's lost forever. You'll never get it again.
So these are people's houses here, huh?
Yes, these are people's houses. This is just a model village whereby we are trying to show the farmers how they can set up their homes or their houses. We have the bedroom facing the northern hemisphere. It's because the sun here in Zimbabwe, it follows this direction. So if you build a house this way, it means only one room is going to get enough sunlight. The rest will be dark. So if you build it this way, at least all rooms will get enough sunlight. And at the same time, water that is harvested from there is diverted again into that pit. The whole system is called a pit bed. All the kitchen waste are thrown in there, and then with the help of the water that is harvested from the roof into there, it decomposes quickly. And then after that, it will be manure. Then we retake the manure and then reapply on beds.
How does the water get there? Through the gutters?
Through this drain.
Drain.
Then the water that is harvested from that bedroom goes through the gutters into that tank. Unfortunately, we are not using the tank so far. Then you could use that water for washing your clothes or your plates.
And what about drinking water?
Drinking water, we get it from an electric borehole. It's somewhere there. And then as for soil preparation, we also have this herb here. It's called the stinging nettle. Stinging nettle. We use this one to make liquid manure. Earlier on I said you can make liquid manure out of chicken droppings or fresh cow dung. But if you don't have all those, you could resort to this one. This one or Russian camphor. It's very, very rich in potassium, very rich in nitrogen. What you simply do is you harvest the leaves, you put them in a container. Then due to fermentation, it decomposes. The liquid that you get is what we term liquid manure. and you can dilute it with fresh water 1:1, and then you apply on your crops. Apart from making liquid manure, it's a very good suppressor of sugar diabetes. If somebody is sugar diabetic, could resort to this one. Just make a herbal tea, and then you put a bit of honey, then you take it. It suppresses the disease. Blood poisoning, it also helps. And again, it's a repellent of snakes. Those who are in Zimbabwe who are living in region 4 or 5, there are lots of snakes. So you can just make a small jura of this one, because snakes doesn't penetrate on it. Maybe it's because of the spikes over there. It doesn't like snakes, and you could hardly find one crossing this one. So it's a very good repellent of snakes. We don't believe in plowing, because if you turn up the soil, after 5-6 years, the soil becomes exhausted. It quickly becomes exhausted. Maybe what we encourage is we can do plowing maybe on staggering years. Maybe after 3 years you plow, after 3 years you plow. Or on these other years you could practice what we call minimum tillage, where there is little disturbance of the soil, so that the soil will remain intact. Calls the building materials. This one is called the rope and washer pump. It's just maybe a simple borehole that is a bit advanced. It sucks water from the permanent water table using this rope. This rope has got washers. These washers. And these washers are at every 75 interval. So it rotates into the water table. Then it comes out through this PVC pipe. The volume of the PVC pipe is just similarly the same with the size of the washers. So whenever it sucks water from the water table, that water eventually comes out as you'll be rotating. It's working.
That's pure water, huh?
Yes, that's pure water.
That's absolutely fantastic, man. Jeez, you guys are so clever.
Yeah.
In the old days, if you had a resource, countries would go to war for a resource. So like, and not purely resource. There was always, like, fundamentalism and religious kind of, they would also drive wars. But commonly it was what about resources. So if you had fuel or oil, like these are famous stories, like they've discovered oil on Mars, and now United States invades Mars. It's part of that whole joke. If you've got a resource, your chances of getting invaded are good. But nowadays with mass media, it's not so easy to do it. So in the old days, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Like if you take a look at Zimbabwe, large proportion of Zimbabwe's resources were owned by a foreign power. This is a true story going throughout Africa. Throughout Africa, you have large resources owned by foreign powers. What is British Petroleum doing in Nigeria? Equatorial Guinea is being run by the French. This is just reality. This is just what happens. They discovered one of the largest natural gas platforms just off Mozambique, and you're going to see that some instability is going to emerge from that region while people start to scuffle about who's going to get the natural gas. So the thing is that China plays a much smarter game than that, because China doesn't do things that are messy. It likes to do things neat, and it likes to do things tidily. So what China does is what's called economic war. China economically enslaves Africa through their own desires. It's so clever. It's almost like heroin. They provide you things at a ridiculously cheap rate, and you buy it, you consume it, and you consume it. And what you're actually doing is taking your finances, throwing it out of your country, giving it to China so China can expand. And then what China does is it starts buying your natural resources. So for argument's sake, there's a big argument that happened about 2 years ago. South Africa was insisting that China allowed South Africa to refine some of its ores here first as a product, because obviously if I sell China iron ore whatever, I can maybe sell that for $2 or whatever it is, $10 a ton. But if I refine it, if I make bolts or nuts or screws or whatever, and I sell that to China, I can now sell that same thing for maybe $50 a ton or $70 a ton. But China refused, because China basically has been buying up all the resources all over the world. You know, there's a phenomena that happened in the United States, so not just here in Africa, where people were stealing drain covers. Because it's pig iron, basically, and they were selling them back to China, and that was because China was busy with massive expansion projects and required the iron. China then changes its policy, okay? If you drive through some of the most kind of, you know, dead areas in this country, you will see a $5 Chinese store, what they call a 5 Rand store in South Africa. You'll get a dollar store in the States. But what you don't know about those is that the Chinese government pays those people to come here. They actually fund them completely for their entire year of business. And why? Because what happens is, by putting those people here, they inject Chinese product output into our markets. And they put up in the most random places. Chinese families basically moving into a place, always run by Chinese people, and distributing Chinese products at ridiculously good prices. And what happens is, it undermines the local economy, it puts a focus on the Chinese economy, and all they've done is economically enslave us to China. Do yourself a favor, and this applies anywhere in the world, okay? You go into your local store, your big chain marts, okay? And especially like a brand like Kmart or something, you go into that and take a look at how many products are actually manufactured in your country, wherever your country is. You take a look at how many of those products manufactured in your country. And I'm telling you, there's a massive proportion that just are not manufactured by you. And really stupid things. You know, things like butter. If you go into Pick n Pay, which is our local kind of, you know, chain store, and you take a look, there's a Ladysmith butter, which is from a place here in South Africa, which is put in black on the bottom shelf, and then we're surrounded by all this Irish butter and, like, you know, American butter from all over the world. And you wonder how we lose our economy, why our economy is disappearing, why we have trade deficits. We have trade deficits because the big players are able to inject their product into our economy, take our money, and thereby also, I might tell you, take our jobs. Because if we're not buying our own product, we're basically not creating jobs locally. And all we're doing is building a bigger and bigger dependence on China. That's why when China, in this case China, when China sneezed and said, "Hey, look, you know, our economy is retracting," the whole world went into craziness. You know, there was no money, there was no more, you know, people didn't even buy gold. The fact of the matter is that here on the ENN network, we basically, our objective is to just tell things as they are. Tell it as it is, and I'm sure we will get a lot of flack or criticism as we get bigger, but the point is, this is happening all over the world, and not just economic enslavement, primarily about the environment, regarding the environment, the thing that nobody seems to talk about. We need to communicate with people, we need to talk to people, we need to collaborate ideas, and we need to bring in people. If you've got something that's happening in your area, something that you feel is worthy based on any of the topics that we've been talking about now, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to put it up, we'd like to stream it, and we'd like to make it happen.
Do you think we're going to make it? Do you think it's too late?
Climate change?
The Arctic has melted, you know that. The Arctic's
I think we can make it. I'm a born optimist, but I think this place consistently is underestimating the seriousness. the radicalness of the issue, the risk of tipping points, the many assumptions that goes into the models that speaks to 2 degrees being not that impossible, really tough to get. I think we can do it if we are facing the radicalness of the issue, and that means that rich countries really need to do a game change turn. It's about getting to 100% renewables in a ridiculously short time.
They all want to do it keeping money in mind, and we should, in my opinion, we should consider serious enough to suspend the economy until we've changed the energy source. Do you think there's a snowball's hope that they'll do that?
It was too much noise, I didn't hear.
They all want to do it keeping money in mind, that they phase things out until they've made a bit more money out of it. From what I've seen, we can't do that. We've got to cut completely. We can't even emit more. We've got to take what we've made out. Do you think there's a snowball's chance that anybody's going to see that from what you've been seeing?
I think it is. There is a chance. Yeah, there is a chance, but it requires a completely different mode of thinking and understanding again the radicalness, the urgency. We've seen this kind of change, say, in times of war. We have changed the way we produce things very radically. We have agreed that there needs to be sufficiency. That has, we can find ways of doing things that are better in terms of well-being, but it's much more lean. But it's very different from the, say, very consumption-oriented mainstream way of looking at development as we see it around. If we think that we can continue with that without getting a deep sense of understanding of limits and sufficiency, not in a doomsday gray way, but as a different way of embracing, life, I think it is possible.
Thank you.
climate change is really being fueled by our lifestyle changes. And if we can cut back, like we have always been, on eating meat, then we can begin to make impacts, not in 50 years, but within the next 10 years.
I've been very interested in the position of meat and health for a long time because to some extent it seems almost poetic justice that what we do to animals should result in making us suffer so much. And yet in Africa there's this statement, meat is meat and a man must eat, and that's become synonymous, it's considered male. In actual fact, they found out that, I think, that with the amount of female hormones that you get in your meat, exactly the opposite actually occurs. Could you comment further on that? And also, one other thing is that could you comment also on the amount of toxins that are in battery farm meat, please, and what effect it might have on our immune systems?
Really, we should address the question of what we are eating, what it's doing to ourselves, and stop confusing where our attractions are going. It can be good for a short time, but it's very bad for your heart. And talking about what's happening, whether it's the fast food that we're eating, or the chicken, or the meat, I began by talking about the African DNA, the African gene, being so responsive to input, and especially of the proteins that we're putting in. But it has a lot more to do with the hormones that are in the whole food system, which is suddenly unnatural for the African gene.
In fact, there are lots of findings of the Potomac River going to Washington, right? Where they found that fish and frogs have turned from males into hermaphrodites. They have got women's sexual parts in them, along with being naturally male. And when they studied why this happened, because it's not a one-off thing, most of the frogs, most of the fish there are hermaphrodites. And they found that it was because of the cattle and the feedlot runoffs, the hormones that were being given to animals and that were coming out in their dung and feces and was coming into the river. And those hormones had caused fish and frogs to become hermaphrodite. Now, if they can, in a short time, cause a female sexual parts to come in a male, can you imagine what they're doing to the men here?
If we are having men that have bigger breasts or bigger behind, it becomes an issue. So really, if we can go back to eating natural, it makes a lot of sense.
Point I raised earlier of the culture, you see. Now, there's two phenomena within our communities. The one is our weddings, that celebration of like marriage, okay? There's a belief, a firm belief that is entrenched, that says that there's got to be blood that flows, okay? For the two families to be united when two people get married. That's the one element. And we have many weddings. I mean, as one would imagine. I mean, we are I think 50 million odd people, half of which are adult, okay? That's the one. The other thing is just, okay, there's another one of Amadlozi, the ancestry, and that's some kind of religious practice, okay? Where we worship, or should I say, we pay homage to our forefathers and then all those people. We believe again that something has to be slaughtered in order for one to still have that connection in a positive way, that is, with their ancestors. How do we now begin to address such things and be able to alter the belief system and the lifestyle, so to speak, of a population that really believes that for me to have luck with my ancestors, I've always looked at a sheep or a cow or a goat and have everybody coming to eat the meat. So how do we begin to address such issues? And I'm all for this. I mean, I, for one, very much believe in less meat.
It's not a cultural practice for us to use cars. So how come we took to them like a fish to water? Yeah? It was a cultural practice for you to not wear clothes at all. So how come you're wearing them? The same way, now last year, I used to go to the mountains, and it was a great cultural practice to sacrifice animals to the gods. So I simply took the Home Secretary, who's in charge of the police, and the Rural Development Secretary, who's in charge of giving money to the villages. And we went from village to village that had the animal sacrifices, and we held arguments. And we heard, you know, oh, this is a cultural practice. So then we talked through the matter. We had lots of hostility, we had lots of people arguing. The end result was this year, there was no animal sacrifice at all. Because I simply said, okay, anybody who does any sacrifice gets no money for the village and gets the police. And anybody who doesn't do it gets lots of money and no police. And that was the end of a cultural heritage, right there. To understand, so what we call cultural heritages, I mean, we used to go travel by horses. We don't. We used to kill our little girls when they were born. Now you don't. So what is a cultural heritage? And a cultural heritage that is not sacred. If it's rubbish, it has to be abandoned as much as anything else. So a cultural heritage that makes you sick has to be abandoned.
Needs to be.
African diet, you know, never really comprised of so much meat, you know. And now when you walk outside, you'll see your KFCs and McDonald's, and you know, they are carrying on expanding. So if one wanted to actually send out the message that people shouldn't be eating from KFC and McDonald's, I mean, what would be the best way of approaching it?
No, there are things that societies can do, and there are things that governments have to do. One of the things that have to be done is for executive orders on what can and what cannot come. In our country, for 2 years, KFC was banned. It was only when there was a massive bribe that they came into India. And monosodium glutamate was banned for 50 years. Ultimately, gave way to a bribe. But the point is, executive orders that ban need to come in. Government needs to play its part of being a paternal feature, right? Otherwise, why do you have government? If they don't have the courage to take decisions that cannot be taken by you and me, then they must take them. That's what they get their jobs for.
In Nairobi and actually Kenya, in 2010, we just got our first Kentucky Fried Chicken. For a long time, we never had them. And we need to develop. And unfortunately, the policies and our own desire to develop towards what everybody has is a wrong mentality. And then you have WTO that is saying, no, you cannot close your market. And like Madame Gandhi here is saying, that when it was her turn, KFC did not have, they didn't come in. And when she went out, whether they're coming through the back door to bribe somebody, it finally comes in, and all it takes is to have big billboards with very juicy chicken, and soon you'll see everybody going that way. So equally, if you do want people to have healthy lifestyles, you should look at hospitals and building of new hospitals among the populations is a bad sign, not a good sign of development. Because why would you need hospitals that much? Because people are getting sick. People have cancers and people are having all sorts of things. And so you create an artificial remedy and you call it a sign of development. I think that is thinking backwards.
India and China are the biggest consumer market for the United States and for Europe. Because there are just so many KFCs that you can absorb, and now you're going to use us. Therefore, you listen to us on rubbish, matters, like not allowing methane, and anything else. If I were to say, today as the boss of India, if I were to say, okay, every foreigner who comes to India must wear purple underwear, he probably would. Because if that's what it takes to get into India, to make our people eat and drink and buy European stuff, that's what will happen. Now the next big target is Africa. And therefore there will come a time in the next COP, believe you me, that anything that any African leader says will be accepted. Because this is the next big market. So we have to stop seeing people as markets and consumers, and we have to stop being them.
And actually, to add on to that, we are already seeing South Africa standing as the spokesperson for Africa. South Africa has the largest poultry industries, factory beef production industries, and so because South Africa is a leader, mainly because of the resources it has, and then we perceive that South Africa is developed, then the rest of Africa will try to copy South Africa, and South Africa has been trying to catch up with India, it's trying to catch up with China in what is called the BRICS, and so they have a bargaining position, and this is really exactly what Madam Gandhi said.
Could you just answer the question about whether the toxins in battery farm meat, because they're far more concentrated than they are in meat that is pastured, whether that is possibly part of the reason why our immune systems are so damaged?
70% of all antibiotics in the world are given to animals because of the way that we keep them. All those antibiotics come right back into us, as Dr. Mayanki told you earlier. If you have so many antibiotics floating around inside you, when you're really sick, those antibiotics don't work at all. Secondly, as he said, all hormones are given to animals. They're produced for animals. Not just growth hormones, but hormones to do other things as well. Now, in India, every single morning, twice a day, all cows are given an injection of oxytocin. Oxytocin is a particular hormone that makes your milk come out faster. It is given for women who are going to labor and yet can't produce children after 24 hours. So instead of a cesarean, it's meant to increase the contractions of the uterus so that the baby is pushed out faster. Now what it does is it creates contractions in the cow, and she goes into labor twice a day. And the pain of labor, anybody who's been a mother, you know how much it is. But the point is, blood comes into the milk because of the labor pains, and the cow goes sterile within 4 years instead of 12 years. So she's quickly put into the meat conveyor system. But the oxytocin, between the giving of the injection, which is stabbed into any part of her body, and the taking out of the milk is about 30 seconds, because the milk starts coming out immediately. Now when that milk comes out, it has straight got oxytocin in it. It has been tested 1,000 times. Oxytocin does two things. It gives men no hair. It takes away the hair from their bodies and their heads. It gives them breasts, and it gives them prostate cancer. It gives women a masculine look. It interferes with their sexual, makeup to make them more masculine, and it gives them breast cancer. These are the things that have been proven by scientists. Now we give this injection twice a day. It is probably being given in Africa as well, because oxytocin is exported directly from the United States, not made in any of our countries. But you can get it at in India you can get it at a normal grocer's. You go there and say, just give me some oxytocin, you get it for 1 cent an injection. So those are the kind of toxins that come straight into our bodies every day.
In Africa, we're beginning to get to where the US and Europe is. We have our own version of, is it Hudson's and Tyson's and all these big chains that grow the meat and then sell it to the end user, knocking out all the middle producers. And one of that company, I think it's in Zimbabwe, and it sells its meat into ShopRites, and we are opening ShopRites all the way in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Ghana, and in Nigeria. That same company, which is now becoming Africa's own corporate multinational, has also bought land in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and it's clearing a lot of forest to grow grain that will feed into the cows that are going to be in African ShopRites? Are we going to give it an enabling environment for what we call economic, what are they? Investments, external investments.
I know that our biggest company, Tata, has just bought 30,000 acres of virgin forest and has slashed it all down to grow food for animals. Why are you allowing the rest of the world to buy your land for feedlots? That is the question that African media should be asking.
And I don't know whether I'm allowed.
And we're not the only ones. The Swiss have bought, the millionaires in America have bought, all the China has bought, everybody's buying African land. And only for meat growth. That means we will stop it sooner or later and we will buy from you.
Should we be approaching the brand owners, the American, traditionally they own most of the brands in the world actually. The KFCs you spoke about, the pizza companies. And perhaps it's more about looking at how can we create a strategy that makes financial, fiscal sense for them so that they see an inherent benefit. This is a question. A benefit for them to make a shift? Or is it totally dependent on awareness to the individual to make their own decision? Because looking at what's happened to yoga in the United States and how that industry is very young, and there was a statistic recently launched that the amount of money that's spent on yoga in the United States is now more than it's spent on Pepsi. So if we look at that as a new industry that's really over the last 10 years blossomed, that's being driven by the American consumer.
KFC or anybody else selling meat, whether any brand, what they're doing is going down the lazy or the media way, which is doing organic meat. Oh, we don't let our animals suffer before we kill them. Or, oh, we let our animals eat nice green leaves before we kill them. Yeah? The pastured animal, the local meat. We don't get our meat from South Africa, we get our meat from the next village. Now, none of these are solutions, none of them. But these are being presented as brand solutions. So the whole of Safeways is, for instance, selling organic meat. And the whole of Marks and Spencer's in England is selling organic meat. And you should only buy, what is that one that RSPCA writes, which is humanely killed meat. None of which we're talking about. We're not talking about humanity, I'm not talking about cruelty, I'm not talking about anything, I'm talking about saving the planet. In which case, organic meat, pasteurized meat, meat that eats leaves before it dies or eats the best grass, meat that is allowed to go freely to the bathroom rather than going in a cloistered area, it's all irrelevant. As I said in my speech yesterday, organically grown animals give 3 times more methane than animals in feedlots. So, but these are the solutions being given. So we have to start using the media to say, no, this is rubbish. Let's not play with this. You need an executive decision now, saying no meat. But only the media can bring that about. So on one hand, you go to the normal consumer, so that when the government says no meat, they're not immediately chucked out. So you already have to build a climate on this, that yes, when the government finally says no meat, or no meat export to begin with, then people are ready to say, okay. After all, when the government said no smoking in restaurants, they weren't chucked out, were they? But 20 years ago, they would have been chucked out. It's because the media created a climate, said, disgusting, how can you have people smoking when we're eating? How can you have them smoking in cinemas? How can you have them smoking in public places? So finally, after you created the climate, the government moved in with an executive decision. And that's what's needed. It's a partnership, but it has to leave out the brands. You cannot, if you're going to go the brand way in educating brands, you're wasting your time.
Why is free-range animals 3 times more methane?
Because he eats 3 times as much. Because what he's eating is good. He's eating the green grass, it's under the sun. Therefore, the fermentation process. What is methane? It is created by the fermentation of grass in the intestine. So if you feed the animal grass and good grass, it ferments that much more. And that much more methane comes out. It's as simple as that.
So thank you for joining us. This will conclude our press conference for today. And if you have more questions, you're welcome to write to us and talk to us.
Good morning. You may ask, why do we bring the issue of the rights of nature to a climate change negotiation? Because from our point of view, if we are going to solve the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, we have to address the issue of a new relation between humans and nature. It's not only a problem of how many particles of CO2 go into the atmosphere, it's a problem of why this happens. And this happens because we think that nature, our atmosphere, is just a thing that we can do whatever we want with it. That we can throw our garbage to the air and nothing happens. But the problem is that we all are part of one system, and the atmosphere is part of this system. So we have to change this relation, not only with other beings, living beings in our planet, but also with rivers, mountains, the atmosphere, the oceans. We have to treat them in a sense that we all respect the natural laws of this system. It is absolutely unfair from any point of view that when it comes to carbon markets, there is not only the desire to open the discussion on these issues, but even to force the implementation of mechanisms that have to do with carbon markets. But when it comes to proposals that deal with a different perspective, that has nothing to do with the commodification of nature, then suddenly there is a very strong opposition, especially from states that have a great influence from corporations. So it is vital, in order to open the discussion in here, that we have a clear mandate that issues like the rights of nature should be part of the discussion in climate change negotiations. Thank you very much.
Good morning, we're here at Monkey Valley Resort. Today we're going to do some breakfast meals. In the mornings, breakfast is very important. You need to get your protein in the mornings. If you get your protein in the mornings, it regulates your blood sugar, and that way you don't crave sweet things, unnatural sweet things, which is very bad for your health. So we're going to start off by doing a poached egg with some fresh smoked salmon and spinach. Very easy. First thing we need to do is get some water on the boil with a little bit of vinegar. I got that on a rolling boil now, and that's where I want it. So we're just going to break the egg in there. I've added vinegar to the water just to make sure that the egg coagulates and it doesn't break up in the water. While that is cooking, we're going to do some spinach. So the dish is pretty much spinach, smoked salmon, and poached eggs. With spinach, you just need a little bit of water to steam it. You don't cook spinach in water as such. I'm going to get that on the fire. A little bit of spinach, a little bit of water from your poaching liquor. That's all you need. Just 2 tablespoons or 2 big spoons. I'm just going to take another pan to cover it. And then while we wait for that, we're going to start getting the dish together. So here I've got my plates. Here's some fresh smoked salmon. Middle of the plate. You can poach your eggs to a medium soft consistency or a hard consistency, any way you like it, it's your preference. I'm going to poach mine nice and soft. Scoop up the eggs here. So I just placed my egg on top of the smoked salmon. That's a nice and soft poached egg. I'm just waiting for the spinach. Spinach is almost there. Let's give that a little bit of a turnaround. You can also add a little bit of butter to that spinach just to give it an extra little bit of flavor. So I'm just going to take a tong just to take the spinach out of the water, just drain most of the water. I'm going to put it on top of the egg here now. So greens is also quite important. You can get your greens in the morning for that extra fiber. So here you got a wholesome, nice little breakfast. Very easy, very healthy for you. Lots of protein. You got some greens in there. You got some smoked salmon. Good for you, good for the planet.
To drive a wave of consciousness that helps people understand the money system that they're in, the inherent problems in it, to start a kind of revolution. Because one of the typical things of a government in downfall is last minute reform. You're seeing reform in corporations. Oh my God, reform this quickly. It's too little, too late, unfortunately. We need a new paradigm for a new people, a new universal people, for a universal paradigm. And yeah, so the fiat money system can run parallel to a community exchange, and we're creating media systems that allow you go online. You see on our TV show, you see, hey, check it out, you know, there's beautiful cacao and the kitchen garden, a home farm system allows me to produce my own food. The consumer becomes the producer. It's the most sustainable model there, rather than these long chains across the whole world, very polluting. So then when the consumer is producing his own stuff, feeling good about it, he's independent. He doesn't need a government to do all this stuff, you know, he's looking after his own family himself. So yeah, that's the system. We're creating a website to educate people through, a TV show to educate people through that, magazines, you know, webcasts, all of this stuff coming together and working cooperatively. I can't do it on my own, so I need these different guys to come and work with us around this constitution. We all work on the constitution, we all voted who is in charge of that. Very simple.
Only affects communities across Canada, but also affects communities around the world. We encourage you all to attend that event as well. So when I say tar sands, you say we deserve better. Tar sands! We deserve better! 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 Tar sands! We deserve better!
It seems to me that you've got a rogue government that doesn't actually represent anybody. In the Durban, they were also, the youth were saying that he's basically just pretending to be the, you know, the representative, but he doesn't actually. He was at that stage trying to open up a wilderness area for oil exploration. Is this the same dude who's still in power?
This is Stephen Harper, our current Prime Minister, who is of course brought to power by a first-past-the-post electoral system, and that's how Stephen Harper finds himself to be Prime Minister. It means it's not actually by a popular vote, by a majority of the vote, that our current government comes to be in power. Of course, electoral issues are a whole other kind of kettle of fish, but what we're here to say right now is for that government to have a climate policy that puts tar sands on the table. Of course, it's difficult when the Harper government does not actually have a climate policy. However, we are asking here today to put tar sands into our INDC, into our Canada's pledge for Paris, for moving forward for the new treaty, because without tar sands on the table, without tar sands meaningfully included, Canada's policy is essentially empty, because we will not be able to meet our emissions targets, which are actually in line with the United States by 2020, if we do not include the tar sands in our targets.
Is there any way that you could actually just do what you need to do without the cooperation of the Steve government?
Well, of course, subnationally, provinces have their own climate policies, but there is friction between the national government and the provinces. So while the provinces can work together on climate action, such as a couple of days ago we heard about the Quebec, Ontario, and California Memorandum of Understanding about carbon pricing, there's only so much that the provinces and other subnational bodies can do. So we do need a comprehensive national strategy, a national climate policy, in order to pull the provinces together for meaningful action. So it can't all be done at the individual, the municipal, and the subnational levels. We have to have a comprehensive national climate policy that includes the tar sands.
What is the name of this Prime Minister? Stephen who?
Stephen Harper.
Stephen Harper. He seems to have hijacked have pirated your whole country.
Nature of our electoral system.
So I don't think you can have this is too serious to allow electoral system to stand in the way of life.
Of course, there are obviously democratic concerns, and so, you know, that's, I think today though, we're here to really focus on the tar sands.
Tar sands, definitely.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact is the tar sands, even if you all fought it, he's still going to carry on taking that tar out. Unless you can get rid of him, so it's become electoral.
Well, we're hoping that climate becomes an electoral issue in 2015, because next year there will be a federal election at the very latest in October.
But they just fudged the elections. The elections are not real. They're all rigged. Almost all elections are rigged.
We feel that climate will be an election issue in 2015 in Canada.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to change the way we spend our money where we can. Sometimes easier for richer people than poorer people. Poorer people have no choice as to where to spend their money, and very often they're spending it on staple. For those of us that are wealthier, we can choose where we bank. Does our bank invest in fossil fuels or does it not? The bank I've moved to, the Cooperative Bank in Britain, doesn't. That's why I bank with them. We can choose our electricity supplier. So in Britain we have a choice. With a company called Good Energy, who get all of their electricity from renewables. So there are things that we can do in terms of where we spend our money, where we bank, and the personal actions. We need to engage with the people we work with at an individual level to encourage them to do the same, and at our corporate employer level to change their behaviours, the way they do business locally, the way they run their businesses. But we need to engage with our governments too, because until we show our governments and our business leaders that we make demands, that we will support them for ambition, not penalise them, but we will penalise them for doing the wrong thing, then things won't change because they are deprived of the permissive environment in which to work. You can't expect a politician to make the big bold change if they're going to be unemployed in 5 years' time because people vote them out. It's unreasonable to expect them to do the right thing. We need to make it clear that we'll support them in doing that, but we need to do that very, 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 very quickly.
If you were to become King Hugh of the whole world,
that would bankrupt us quite quickly, I think.
And you could just say, okay, everybody stop doing this. What do you think is there any big movements, and they just had to do what you told them, are there any big movements you could think of that would actually make a big change?
Well, I mean, there are things that would buy us time very quickly. So, again, this very often applies to Western worlds, for those of us that are slightly richer, the things, because we pollute the most, and we can make the biggest difference most quickly. So, for those that are wealthy enough to be able to choose what sort of food we eat, we can move rapidly away from red meat. I'm not a complete vegetarian, I own up to that, but I've reduced dramatically what I eat away red meat. It's good for my health, as it turns out, but it's also that reduction in cattle will lead to a very rapid reduction, for instance, in methane from belching, actually, their ruminant stomachs particularly.
And health-wise, would that happen?
Yeah, huge health co-benefits from that. I mean, in Britain, the second biggest killer of white men, such as myself, after cardiovascular disease is bowel cancer, and red meat and saturated animal fats are a key driver of that. There are the quick wins on what we all do personally. So we forget, again, in a cold, temperate country like Britain, where the winters are cold, if we turn the radiators down by 1 degree, we save between 7 and 11% on the greenhouse gas emissions of our heating. Now, those are all small things, but together they add up. The big thing, though, is going to have to be a systemic and structural change in the way that energy is produced and distributed, because nothing else will do. The Carbon War Room, as funded by Richard Branson, have some figures that suggest that per dollar of GDP spent at the moment, every dollar is responsible for somewhere upwards of 760 grams of carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere. And to be stable and sustainable, that needs to drop to 6. Now that fall cannot be achieved by minor tweaks in efficiency, changing our light bulbs, and so forth. That has to be a really major systemic change in the way the world generates its electricity and distributes it, for instance. And that's where we need to be supporting businesses and politicians to make those bold decisions quickly. Because unless we get those changes of scale, we're in trouble.
Do you think, just from what you see, I can see that you're worried about your son. Do you think your son has a future? Can you draw me a word picture of what you think that future would be?
In my intellect, I don't think he has a future. But that, you know, if you use phrase, really, that pessimism of the intellect has to be married to an optimism of the soul, in that the nature of people who survive is that they have to work towards the fact that they can change things, that we can change these things. If we sit back and resign to this, then our fate is certain. Unless we see people changing urgently, really, really urgently, no, I don't see a future for him.
Would you see a place for the ordinary person to, being so important that if our governments continue to take the stance that they're taking here in COPE, that we should in actual fact even consider forming parallel governments that do things correctly and supporting them instead?
I think there are two tracks here, and it's become very clear really. We can't, for the reasons I've explained, expect governments, let alone intergovernmental negotiations, to rapidly change when they feel there is no support for that. So we have to show that we support them, but in the meantime, yes, we have to change our individual behaviours. And that's less a call for revolution against the establishment as it stands. Far from it. We should be supporting those structures and helping them change. Support rather than war. But absolutely, outside of that, we should be forming these networks quickly. How can different sectors work together? Which businesses can we support that are making the big differences? What can we do together as this dreadful phrase, civil society? But we as citizens, we can do things together. Businesses and governments are only structures that we as citizens have created. And we can create other things that don't usurp those governments, but that achieve things independently of those established political processes. So yes, we should all be working together to achieve this. And there is huge opportunity to do so.
If you could see the future in 20 years for your son, even if we have managed to do something, and we still managed to keep the planet going, what significant, noticeable changes do you think you might see in his world that he's now 23 years old in?
Resulting from, well, we've got a major problem with our own world ecosystems and water supplies and food supplies, quite independent of climate change. As climate change starts biting, those will get worse. I think the sort of general wealth that we're used to, I don't see that recovering. I don't see that we're likely to bounce through this minor blip, as people talk about it, or significant recession back into, unless we change, into a happy and prosperous future economically. I think food is going to start becoming short, and I don't think that's necessarily going to be restricted just to poorer nations. You know, we find it hard to meet the food needs of the expanded world population already. And when one gets major impacts, let's suppose we have really major droughts or floods affecting European and world wheat crops, a large number of people would be deprived of staple foods. And if you start doing that even in a Western nation when people are already feeling financially squeezed, then that's a recipe for big problems. So I see increasing starvation, I see increasing poverty, and I see increasing conflict deriving from these things. And actually, those are all health issues. Health around the world has always been driven by poverty and starvation and conflict, not just by malaria and diarrheal disease and so forth.
One last question, because I know you want to go and watch the show. If you were to see any change in the fossil fuel output and this carbon levels, do you think it will have any remarkable change, or do you think that do you happen to know anything about the methane variety, like the Indian minister explained to us that if we methane, if you get rid of it, it's gone in 8 years.
Well,
so
the methane there are not, we concentrate on CO2 of course, but there are a whole raft of greenhouse gases, some of which are released in vastly smaller concentrations of CO2, but that have very, very much greater warming effects. So some of them are measured in thousands of times the warming potential of CO2. Methane is probably around 23 times as powerful a greenhouse gas as is CO2, and you say its half-life is short. The problem, of course, with methane is that it's also part of a positive feedback loop. So methane hydrates are frozen into Arctic tundras, and as we warm and we thaw that frozen soil, those methane hydrates are released. Now they contain well over twice the total carbon content in the entire world's atmosphere. And that sort of pulse, even if those gases could have a short half-life, that sort of very rapid pulse of something with 23 times the greenhouse gas warming potential of CO2 is a positive feedback which we can't build into our modelling with ease. That's the problem with these things. Our models often don't build in these unexpected positive feedbacks. So methane, yes, rapid reduction by things like changes in land use and changes in how we use things like cattle, very important indeed, but we've also got to keep our eye on the ball that it's also part of a positive feedback loop that's very, very dangerous, and we can't control that without slowing down warming from other sources.
What type of medicine you just said?
Yeah, well, I practice intensive care medicine, so I'm at the, I suppose, the high-tech end of medicine, which is relatively meaningless in terms of public health, I appreciate, and I struggle with that sometimes because, you know, trying to save some lives is not perhaps the same as saving others. I suppose the reason I remain with it to a degree is that I'm not a good politician. I'm not good at political process, which is why I don't think I can stand there and throw stones at politicians and tell them they should do better, because I don't know how that works. And neither, oddly enough, do I want to stand there and throw stones at fossil fuel industry particularly. They are where they are, and they have a responsibility to shareholders to make money. We need to help them make their money in a different way. And we need to do that aggressively in urgency. If we just harangue them without offering them that other market, we can't expect them to change. It's unreasonable to expect them to change. But we do need to urgently assist them in making that change.
Thank you very much.
The compounded effect of science has actually successfully raised the voice of the bar in policy. Otherwise, frankly, the governments would not be here, 194 countries, still committed to what is an exceedingly complicated process. And that is to bring 194 countries, each of which is completely unique in its national circumstances, completely unique in its natural resources, completely unique in its economic development. 194 completely unique circumstances coming around the table to be willing to engage in the process of collective construction of an agreement that is going to be applicable to all countries. And they decided that they were going to do that several years ago. They have maintained themselves on course. Every one of the mileposts that they had set for themselves has actually been achieved, or in fact achieved even earlier than that, and they are still on course.
A lot of lessons that people had learned and applied before modern technology have in fact the solutions to some of the most profound problems that we have created for ourselves. And so the whole notion of using human waste to replenish through biogas, through nutrients, and through all of the things that we thought we could simply flush away with clean drinking water, and it would cease to be a problem anymore, created a new set of problems that we're having to resolve. And I was particularly impressed by Jason's insight that having leapfrogged the era of the landline in telecommunications to mobile technology and everything that means for interaction and communication, so Africa might well leapfrog the Industrial Revolution with all of the devastation that it brought in so many ways into the Sustainability Revolution. I thought that was a very interesting concept because Africa has leapfrogged the era of landline communication. It never came to sub-Saharan Africa in any extensive way. And today, out of Africa, especially places like Kenya and Uganda, are coming the most extraordinary applications for education, for healthcare, and a range of other government functions that are based on mobile because the alternative is not there. And in countries where the alternative is there, often that migration to the extraordinary potential of mobile has been much slower. And equally, I think Africa will show the world that it is an entirely false dichotomy to say you can only either go for green or go for growth. It's an entirely false dichotomy to say the choice is green or growth. If you're stuck in the ways of the past, that may be a choice if you see the trajectory as a continuation of industrialization of the past. If you make the mind shift that we have to make, green becomes growth. And that is why we talk about the green economy. And that is why we talk about building a manufacturing sector based on the green economy and the needs of the future. And so I was particularly interested in that theme and spent a little bit of time last night reading the wonderful books and literature we had. I also wanted to pick up the theme that Belinda Walker raised on what do cities do. Now, it's absolutely true that in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, cities provide all of the basic things that human beings cannot be expected to provide for themselves, like electricity reticulation systems, like water purification systems, like sewerage systems, like road networks and public transport. And where that stops and the responsibility of individuals begins is a major question. Is it the role of a government to provide everyone with a toilet? Is it the role of a government to provide everybody with a geyser? These are major questions that need to arise because one has to talk about the alternative pressures on a budget and what the role of the government is and what the role of individuals and individual families and communities may be. But leaving that aside, I understand the core role of cities to be to link individuals with the national economy and to link the national economy with the global economy. And therefore cities and provinces and regions, but cities are much more important than provinces. Cities who understand the role of green and the compatibility between green and economic growth and don't see it as a contradiction are going to play a leading role in ensuring that citizens make the crucial choices that we need to make to reduce our carbon footprint at the same time as finding ways in which, and pioneering ways in which, to grow the economy through green investments. And I'm delighted to say that Cape Town has visionary political leaders and visionary officials who understand precisely what we're talking about when we talk about the green economy, and they understand how to make green integral to growth. Because our number one priority in this province and in South Africa has to be growth and jobs.
Go back to the side just as What I'm interested in is the way that the water comes tapping.
That's what I got.
And then there's a line coming down. The sun is coming down anyway. As they come down the road, you want to take them as they come down.
As it take what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You just hold on to all this sort of nice stuff down here. And suddenly they'll swing through your view.
See, the thing is,
Don't have the bottom of the canoe. Just have the top.
you can already see the rope. That's the thing.
Yeah, see the rope, that's okay. So here they come.
Can I pan up?
You going up? So here she comes.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm doing. Yeah.
Last thing is maybe just to get some where there's no road. Just you're shooting the trees here, Jay?
Yeah, I know. I'm just trust me, just chill. Okay, go.
Go. Can come. Come.
The forests provide an absolutely vital source of livelihood for so many of the poorest people in the world. And I was recently in India and working with some forest user groups in India, and also with Nepal with a fabulous organisation called FECA Fund, which is the Federation of Forest Users in Nepal. And actually what they have found they've been able to do is to continue to use the forest as a source of livelihood, but for the community to take ownership of that forest. So actually they are reforesting the area and using it in not just a sustainable way, but actually a way which is reforesting and not deforesting the area. So they're still able to gain the livelihood from that, but they're actually increasing the size of forest at the same time. And what they're finding, especially in Nepal, is as they are regrowing the forest, then the knock-on impact is fabulous in terms of less flooding, in terms of more wood for fuel and so many other things. The big problem with deforestation is in areas where the forest is no longer owned and used by the community, and where large businesses have ownership and access to the land, and then the use of the forest is seen purely as an economic factor. So the use of the forest has to be seen as a benefit for the community which is living with that forest, or as a benefit for the wider community as a whole, as in the global world, which relies on the forest as a carbon sink and so many other things. So actually I think there are ways to continue for the forest to be seen as a livelihood for so many poor communities living in forest areas, but actually to reforest the area at the same time.
Hi, it's Jason Soul again from ENN Network.
And Dino.
And Dino. And what we'd like to do is, I just want to give you a little clip of some stuff that I'm going to be talking about tomorrow. There's a lot of news at the moment going on about how the IPCC made mistakes in terms of their calculation for the impact of melted ice water, sea ice water, and the potential sea level rise, which is a very big story going on at the moment. Yes.
Sorry. IPCC.
Oh yeah, it's
for those of us who don't know.
It's basically the Climate Change Convention. So it's the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which is an association of all the world's countries basically getting together to collaborate on climate change, come to an agreement on climate change. In theory, come to an agreement, and then sign binding agreements, which they seem to fail at quite a lot. But nevertheless, they've made projections based on computer modeling of what the impact of seawater or melted seawater, ice water, will have on the sea levels. And it looks like they've been off by almost double, which for some cities that are on nearer the ocean, in fact the one that was mentioned in the report was Boston, by 2100 they can look to a 1.5 meter sea level rise, which would basically wipe out large portions of Boston. And I'm sure that there are other cities that will have equal impact, but that's a story that I really think we need to unpack. On top of that, 2050, big date set for most of Asia based on scarcity of water resource. And that's a big story going on at the moment. Basically saying that the levels, the water levels, are being contaminated by industrial waste, and the impact that that's going to have on the world's most largest populated countries. Add to that the big blows that are coming in. There is some heavyweights laying into fracking, which is something very close to us here in South Africa. Our government blindly has gone and allowed fracking, or what they're calling test holes. But around the world, big heavyweights are weighing in on the impact of injecting chemicals into the water, the ground-based water resource. And the results are coming out, and fracking is starting to pay out in the United States. Successful cases against fracking have been had and won. The fracking companies have been put under in having to pay these people out. And the whole fracking concept, I want to unpack that. I want to unpack how it is that we can even carry on with this concept of fracking.
So after they've contaminated the top, they now want to contaminate the bottom.
Correct. So fracking.
Where's it going to leave us in terms of fresh water?
Well, add to it like this. It's in the Karoo, man. It's in the Karoo. You know, the Karoo is an area just outside of Cape Town that basically is already water scarce, and it's already suffering from water shortages. Just north of them, their neighbors got cleaned out in this last big drought that happened, where cows were dying. We were shipping emergency water, and here we're going ahead with fracking. KwaZulu-Natal, they've been so water scarce that, you know, they've been shutting people off. So where we had load shedding in this country, which was the sporadic shutting off of power because the national power grid couldn't sustain it, you're now getting water shedding. This water is a growing big problem. It was actually reported by the head of the Green Party here, but it was reported years ago that water was going to be one of the growing issues. Just recently, last week, they released a report on our Medupi power station saying how water is impacting the output of Medupi power, which means that, for the first time, you've got a crossover between water impacting energy. So that's a big deal, especially when you're running coal-fired power stations.
And cooling and all that.
Correct, correct. Then, of course...
So we have a problem.
No, we have more than a problem. There's a big elephant in the room. And this was a beautiful little report, so subtly put out. And it was just by a bunch of scientists, talking to another bunch of scientists, but they did it in a peer-reviewed journal. And what it was, based on the condition of phosphates and the availability of food. And they are projecting massive food shortages around the world that should be happening within the next 35 to 40 years. Now the interesting thing about this is they didn't make alarms about this. They weren't trying to be climate change kind of alarmist level stuff. They just issued out this report. But anybody who read the report would understand that the world is in actually a lot more trouble than we actually believe we are. We're in a lot more trouble. And right here on the ENN network, this is where you're going to hear about it. This is where it's going to be brought to the forefront of your mind. And this is something that instead of you talking about how well Donald Trump or who has Donald Trump insulted today, you're going to start talking about the environment. Because that's what counts, that's what matters. There will be plenty of Donald Trumps, there will be plenty of Hillary Clintons, and good old Bernie Sanders, please. Anyone in the United States hears this, please. Bernie Sanders is a great guy. but there'll be plenty of them. They will come and go. But the environment is here, there's only one of us.
And we have to use the media to propagate this. Like Jim Morrison said, whoever controls the media, controls the mind.
Controls the mind, and we've got to make this happen. Share it, tell your friends about us. Remember, as we always say, if you've got something, if you've got a story, you've got something that you can maybe phone us in on, send us a clip. Let's get talking. Let's make it happen. Let's make ENN live.
From Corporate Accountability International, and we're here today for a press conference on a report that Corporate Accountability International has released, and to hear from both of our speakers here in the world about the influence of corporations on climate policy. I will take a moment to introduce Corporate Accountability International briefly, as well as our two speakers, and I will then talk a little bit about the report and U.S. level industry interference and influence on policy, and then let them take it away, and then conclude with a note about the solution that is being proposed to address this problem. As I said, Corporate Accountability International is a member-powered organization that challenges the life-threatening abuses of transnational corporations, some of the most abusive and powerful corporations in the world, including the tobacco industry, the private water industry, and the fast food industry. And Corporate Accountability International works with governments to secure regulatory measures to protect against the abuses of these industries. And the reason we're here in Paris at COP21 this year is because we've just launched a project called Kick Big Polluters Out. It is a campaign, a global movement of southern and northern organizations and people calling on parties to the UNFCCC to insulate climate policy making, both at the national level and at the international level, from the harmful influence of fossil fuel transnationals and other emissions-intensive industries. So I will start us off with a brief note about the report that Corporate Accountability International released just last week. The report is called Fueling the Fire, the Big Polluters Bankrolling COP21. And I think we have some copies available of the report if you'd like to pick one up. So overall, the main findings of the report is that the very corporations that are driving the climate crisis are also bankrolling the talks. And inherent in that is an irreconcilable conflict of interest. When corporations whose profit motives are in direct contradiction with the social and environmental outcomes of a policy process and the objectives of the UNFCCC, and when these corporations are permitted to sponsor the talks, this is called greenwashing. These corporations are buying themselves undeserved legitimacy, access to policymakers, and influence on policy outcomes. And some of the most egregious specific findings of the report, for example, are that just 4 of the COP21 sponsors are responsible for more than 200 megatons of CO2 equivalent emissions and more than 46 coal-fired power plants. Of those 200 megatons, utility corporation ENGIE emits over 131 megatons per year. That's equivalent to more than 500 billion kilometers, or 12 times the distance around the Earth by car. Another corporate sponsor, BNP Paribas, one of the worst banks in France, is one of the largest coal financiers. And between 2005 and 2014, this corporation provided half of the total financing by French banks, which is about 15 billion euro for the coal industry globally. And finally, just another teaser from the report, EDF, Électricité de France, has been working alongside Shell, ExxonMobil, and others to block the deployment of renewables throughout Europe via Business Europe, the trade association. But sponsorship, as the report details, is only a symptom of a larger ailment in this UNFCCC and climate policy arena. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The real damage, as I noted, is the effects on policy that this has, the weakened, delayed, and blocked national policies, but also international negotiating positions. So let me take a moment just to talk a little bit about US-level interference and just to outline a couple of examples of corporate interference and the impacts on US policy. I think we need to look no further than the recent investigations about Exxon to confirm without a fraction of a doubt that for decades Exxon has been in the business of sowing doubt and undermining public policy, sowing doubt about climate science and undermining public policy. Another example is a recent MapLight analysis of Open Secret's oil and gas industry data. And this analysis finds that one way the industry has obscured influence is from the public is via political contributions. And so influence, in spite of this attempt to obscure the influence, was measured in this recent study, which found that senators in the US who rejected human-caused climate change had received 7 times more money from oil and gas interests. And the example that is highlighted is that while construction of the Keystone XL pipeline was rejected by Congress, the voting on key amendments was really quite telling. Senators who voted against an amendment that expressed Congress's view that human activities were significantly contributing to climate change received on average 7.1 times as much money from oil and gas industry compared to those voting yes on that amendment. between April 2009 and March 2015. So that's just a couple of examples in the U.S. context, but now I'll let our speakers tell us a little bit more about the effects of corporate interference on EU-level policy, with Olivier first.
An interesting development and an opportunity is that the press about fisheries products being tainted with forced labour and slave labour has led to 2 class actions in California. One is related to Costco, which is related to the Guardian expose of CP Short having trash fish caught by slave labour, putting it into the food chain through fish meal for scallops and prawns. And the second one relates to cat food, of all things. Cat food that's been tainted by slave-caught fish. And a number of major US brands have been targeted, and we believe, as they're the owner, Thai Union may also be targeted, which could be quite a significant development. It's also clear that retailers are becoming increasingly concerned about their supply chain and their brand, their image. Once it's targeted, it's very, very hard to recover. Another challenge is to reach public perception. Fisheries and what happens at sea is generally out of sight, out of mind. We've been using that for many years in the UN and other areas. But these hard reports from investigative journalists may be overcoming that. And we believe we have an opportunity. But we need to plan how we do it in a coherent way, involving multi-stakeholder participation, involving key governments, and taking the hard decisions and securing the multi-agency cooperation, which is fundamental. There aren't many in this room that could permeate the complex corporate webs which these criminal networks have developed. As has been said, they're not stupid. They're very clever. They've got good lawyers. They've got good planners. They know how to conceal what they're doing. And it is a real challenge to break that veil. But it is a veil, nevertheless, one we must break. So I thank you for your attention.
How would you like to see people get the correct nutrition? And what would that correct nutrition be for the optimum health? Carry them through a potentially indefinite period.
Well, I think that you need to make sure that what's on your plate is the most nutrient-dense food that you can possibly find. And by nutrient-dense, we mean foods that are highly nutritious, and that's mainly found in vegetables. And often that's we think of things that are pungent, that are strong flavoured, like herbs and spices and brightly coloured foods. I don't know what you think.
I agree with Beatrice. It's also a question of having not processed, unprocessed food. So it's food in its most original form. So that's the nutrient density that you talk. So because with nutrient dense food, it's devoid of nutrients and it's actually taking nutrients from our system. So not to waste energy and on processed food, but having food in its most original form, like the plants, meat, and then in the quality. So I think it's going to be much more, like I say, nutrient density, but a question of quality and not quantity.
And the way I see it, it doesn't necessarily have to be expensive. It can actually be very simple as growing the food yourself. So in a small amount of space, you don't have lots of space for that. And you know, even wild foods such as your dandelion greens and all highly nutrient dense foods. So yeah.
I think it's going to be a question of getting back to sustainability and being self-reliant. You know, not depend on the supermarket or supply of food, but everyone to plant their own vegetables, organic vegetables, seeds, herbs and sprouts. Sprouting would also be a very nutrient-dense form in a small quantity. And having free-range chickens at home, you know, organic eggs. We can't all have a cow and milk a cow at home as a meat supply, but just having eggs in chicken and a good source of protein. And then vegetables, organic vegetables. So it's really a question of taking responsibility and not wait for the supermarket or the food industry to supply us, and realize food is our medicine, so it is important to have good quality food, but then that we supply our own food.
I think we've actually sort of lost track of what real food is. I mean, if one goes into a supermarket, 90% of the food that's actually supplied that you can get from a supermarket is not really food. It's been so highly processed and so highly refined. And when we talk about processed, we talk about, for example, meats that have been turned into polony and sausages and those kind of things, and then preservatives have been added into them, which are going to reduce the nutrient levels of those foods. So, you know, people say, well, you know, what are you going to eat? So, I mean, for things like most breads in this country, and sort of even worldwide, have changed so dramatically in the last couple of 100 years that they do have no nutritional value at all anymore.
Well, I think it's, like you say, it's a processing.
Empty calories.
Empty calories, and it's the processing, but it's also how we cultivate, you know, and sort of how we produce the food. So having genetically modified things are so hybridized and changed. So even the wheat that's grown is not as nutrient dense. So it's literally to look and re-look at the way we do everything. It's intensive farming, permaculture, organic farming, and making sure that food that we do produce, because there's going to be scarcity, and there's going to be also scarcity of resources, so that we make, and how we can, with sustainability, how we can use our resources and renew, like using the manure that we have for organic planting and organic farming, and having nutrient-dense food available on our plate, and not having mass production of food, but it's devoid of nutrients.
Also, one does find that when you eat food that is nutrient dense, you actually need much less of it. If you're eating food that is refined and where the nutrients have been removed, for example, we'll just take the example of, say, white rice or white bread, where all the nutrients have actually, besides the starch, have actually been removed. So there's no, for example, magnesium, zinc, and vitamins in that food anymore. So when you eat that food, you have to actually use your own body nutrient stores that you've got from some other food to process it. So you go into what's called nutrient negative. So when you eat those food, you're actually starving your cells are starving, your body's actually starving. So you think that it's food, and you think, oh, I'm eating something, but actually you need more and more of it because your cells are saying, give me some food, which you aren't doing. Whereas when you're eating vegetables, nutrient-dense vegetables, which have been cooked or mixed with herbs and spices and things that make them flavorful and have lots of what are called phytonutrients, which are extremely nutritious chemicals that are found in food, then you are actually feeding yourself, you're feeding your body, and you might need much less of it.
And you're taking control by providing it for yourself, by growing it yourself. You're actually taking control of what you're eating. So there's no chemicals, there's no pesticides, and a lot more nutrient-dense levels.
I think most people will think they don't have a big garden, you know, how am I going to grow and sustain my own food? But I think it's just to think small, like having that grass of wheatgrass tray and sprouting, and there's in a herb garden, and there's these small ways, and just having pots. But I think it's just the awareness to realize there is, and I think it's to move more to communities, to be in community style. You know, you produce the milk and you the eggs, and I have some vegetables, and we're gonna have, yeah.
Well, I'd like you to issue some instructions to the farmers out there. I'd like you to tell them what you think, what kinds of food you'd like them to be producing. In other words, out of the superfoods and all those things that you definitely want to be sure that they can do.
You mean specifically?
Specifically, what kinds, like the broccolis and the sweet potatoes instead of the normal potatoes, or whatever you think, you know. And do you want them to still grow grain? If so, how? What do you want them to grow? Issue instructions to farmers as to what you want them to, what things that you don't want them to do with their food.
I think one of the important things will be to grow locally. So what's locally in that climate, you know, that's available, and that's also to more rely on indigenous wild food. But then when we look at our farmers, you know, to sort of what is suitable to that climate and area, that will be important. But then also the way it's grown, you know, sort of. But I think, Beatrice, you can say sort of what's. The one thing is going to be variety, you know, sort of that we make sure there is variety in our plate and in our meals, in something like sweet potato. But yet again, you need to look at your orange flesh sweet potato, so much higher in vitamin A. So to look at the varieties, but then yet again, like we said many times, it's all about quality, not so much quantity. So the food that we produce is high nutrient dense.
Absolutely, I think that's what that is the instruction that we want to put out there, is those vegetables and fruit to a lesser degree that are highly nutritious, and that is all the cruciferous vegetables, which are known to be very nutritious.
What is the cruciferous vegetables?
Okay, I was just about to explain that. Cruciferous vegetables are all those that that's cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli, kohlrabi, and there's a whole lot. Rocket is also one, watercress is one, Brussels sprouts. There's a lot more than we, you know, most people think of cruciferous vegetables as maybe being cauliflower, broccoli, and cabbage, but there's actually it's a bigger family in that. And then there's all the sort of onion leek family that's also highly nutritious. Onions, garlics, leeks, and there's spring onions. And then there's garlic chives, which are indigenous to South Africa. So I think we also need to look at what, as Heidi said, things that are indigenous, that grow locally, naturally, and there's a lot of foods out there which you can, so you don't actually have to, people think you have to be rich to eat healthy food, which isn't true. For example, there's at the moment there's what some people call num-nums, or indigenous Natal plums, which are bright pinky purple fruit, which are absolutely delicious. But unfortunately, most people use them to make jam and then add a whole lot of sugar to them and make what is nutritious no longer nutritious. So yes, I think that we have to start looking at what grows without too much water, and if we grow biodynamically, which is really where there's it's called a sort of a mini forest method of growing, where it's sort of self-mulching. So you'd say that it's sort of, because you grow the vegetables really close together, they kind of the soil around it doesn't actually get as dried out, so it doesn't require as much water. and lots of mulching actually, which is just layering the vegetable, where you grow your vegetables with lots of organic matter. So that also actually reduces the amount of water that is required.
I think root vegetables will also be important, that it's nutrient dense, starchy kind of roots, like your carrots and beetroot and sweet potato, like we said, and we have all our other tubers in Africa, and African potatoes and cassava. And then if we think the World War II, they survived on potatoes alone, but because it's natural, it's not potato chips, or it's not a processed form, but potato in its whole form. So just to get to nutrient-dense, calorie-dense food.
Yeah, I think we've also got to look at root vegetables that are colourful, like the carrots and
bringing variety.
Beetroot, which are actually just, I think one actually does really want you on your plate. You want to see a whole lot of different colours, and another way to bring different colours into your plate is to eat flowers. So at the moment there's nasturtiums around. And you can eat viola, and you can eat all sorts of flowers, borage flowers, lots of the herbs that have purple flowers and different coloured flowers. It's a way of bringing colours onto your plate. And then if you're choosing a cabbage, you choose a red cabbage. But there's no doubt about it, if a healthy plant actually doesn't actually require to be sprayed. So if you've got a good healthy seed, then you're feeding your soil properly, then you're less likely to be infected with
companion planting as well.
And companion planting, So,
Len, what did you say about grains? Which grains would you say?
Well, a crop that I would really like to see is marroch, which is basically the wild African spinach, highly nutritious and easy to grow, and it doesn't deplete the soils. So yes, I would, and easy to prepare as well. So
I think of another African tree is like the moringa, where we can eat the leaves, and quite a lot of the tree can be eaten. And I think it's just we've lost a lot of the knowledge of these indigenous kind of foods that's available and that's nutritious to us, because of just convenience and everything. We've moved away to more industrialized and agriculture, and not eating food in its most unspoiled form.
Going back to when you asked about the grains, I sort of feel like I don't know whether we really need grains. I think it's a debatable question. But if we are going to eat any grains, they should be in their most natural
like
form.
Brown rice.
So like brown rice and millet, and we need to also have a variety. So we shouldn't just be eating only wheat, and that's one of the problems why wheat has become such a sort of big topic at the moment.
Allergen.
So it's an allergen. It's because of the way it's because of the way it's grown, and because we eat too much of it. So every time we eat something, if each plant quite often actually has a toxin in it. A lot of plants have toxins in them, which they use naturally to protect themselves from disease and animals and insects. And so if you eat a lot of the same vegetable, you will actually build the toxic levels build up. Whereas if you eat a variety of different vegetables, you get a very minute quantity of that toxin, and then you never actually build up that resistance or an allergy.
And the same applies to grains.
Yeah, same applies to grains, and that's why wheat is actually, besides the fact that it's been so highly processed, and the grain and the seed has just been grown to be to have high gluten in it, because high gluten grains, when you use high gluten grains to make bread, you get a very high loaf of bread, whereas a low gluten grain will make a very low, dense bread. And people kind of, first of all, they just don't feel like, they don't like that because it's kind of heavy. They've been trained to have very high, like that sort of cake-like bread. And also it's less value for money. It looks like less value for money, but whereas in fact it's not.
I think if we come back to grains, there's a lot of cultures that just rely on grains, and it's a staple, but the thing is it's unprocessed, and then also the way it's cultivated, because so many of our grains is genetically modified, or our food supply, and hybridized. So through all the ages it's been hybridized, and It's not heirloom seeds in its most original form, and the processed things. That's not necessarily the grain as such, but I think the two problems is the way it's been processed and then also variety. We don't get enough variety in our diet because our gut flora actually needs those complex carbohydrates, and it's a good source of fiber, and it's a good source of to an extent protein, but especially our B vitamins and a lot of vitamins. So I think the big problem today is the processing of food. Food is not in its most original form, and the way it's been cultivated, from genetically modified to hybridization, the way we spray all the pesticides and also the soil. So I think it's yet again looking local, what's local in that climate, and it's yet again it's the ratios. It's not only grains and plants. We need good sources of protein and animal protein, but it's also how do we intensify how we farm our animals. To re-look at all those aspects. So just to recap, it's more unprocessed, garden-made opposed to man-made. That's a big form, and to look at the nutrient density of our food. I don't know if you want to say something about protein, Lynn.
Well, yeah, I'd like to comment on looking at our health as well. So choosing the right foods that are actually going to have the maximum benefit on our health. And if we look at our gut flora, or what's now being known as the microbiome, and how we interact with the foods that we take in. So if you consider that basically a hose pipe from our mouth to our rectum, and that hose pipe is exposing us to the external world. So when you see it from that perspective and you look at how the foods are really actually impacting our body, and that the foods are feeding the bacteria. So are we feeding the good bacteria or the bad bacteria? And by eating these natural wholesome foods, we're actually feeding the good bacteria and ensuring that we have much better health. So yeah.
I think that also the meat that I think we should be eating some vegetable proteins, as in lentils and beans and those kinds of things, but we should also be eating meat. A lot of us should be eating meat. Obviously there are people who choose to eat vegetable proteins, but then you really need to eat vegetable proteins. A vegetarian diet, unfortunately, quite often seems to entail a high carbohydrate diet, which actually is really unhealthy. And I do find that some of my most unhealthy patients are vegetarians because they eat a high carbohydrate diet, and that's quite often when you go to a restaurant, the vegetarian option is a high carb diet: pizza, pasta, risotto, and that's that. So you do need to look at the way the animals have been reared, and because just like we have actually started eating carbohydrates as our primary source of calories, for want of a better word. They also, and it changes the whole. We weren't genetically programmed to eat a high carbohydrate meal. We need all the vegetables. We need the nutrients in the vegetables. We need the nutrients in the meat and the legumes, etc. So if we eat a carbohydrate diet, it's mainly the grains are mainly got a fat in them called omega-6, which is basically inflammatory. And if you eat a diet based on grains, or you eat meat that have been eaten grain-fed meat, then you're going to become inflamed. Your body is going to become inflamed and unhealthy. Whereas if you're eating a diet that is vegetable-based, and you're eating meat that has been eating only grass and vegetables, then you're going to be eating a diet that is anti-inflammatory, which is mainly omega-3 rich. So that's why meat has got its really bad name, because so many, it's advertised grain-fed animals. That's not what you want. Animals aren't, just like we aren't. Animals shouldn't be grain-fed.
I think just like we say we shouldn't eat processed food, the animals should also not eat processed food, and that's a big problem. Even venison and game is these days being fed, and even grain-fed. So not feed naturally. So I think even with farming, that's the most important, to get back with no antibiotics, no growth hormones, and sort of that organic way of farming, and feed them food in its most original form. So their meat is nutrient dense, and that's the meat we consume. So like I said, that's what's given meat a bad name, is the way they've been reared and cultivated, but then also meat that's processed, like you've said. A salami and a bologna is not like a fillet steak, you know, sort of meat in its, with no chemicals added, and with processing we deplete food of nutrients, plus we add a lot of chemical that's toxic to the system. So it's that double negative that we're exposed to.
As regards fish?
Yeah, that's a can of worms.
I think that's the same then where we farmed fish, because it's also in the climate and how they're kept, and then they're much more high in mercury and PCBs and other toxins, and not like deep water fish. And there's a lot of aspects around fish, because it's also we can exploit the source of fish, but fish is yet again a very nutrient dense, very healthy. I think if we think of fish, we think of fish, but we don't think of the sea as a whole. You know, there's even the seaweed. Absolutely. And a lot of the shellfish, and a lot of these things that could also be utilized as food source.
Yeah, I mean, almost all seaweed is actually edible, and can be.
In our conversations with our clients, the countries in which we operate, but also I think in at the level of our board, and I speak here for the World Bank, but I think all of the multilateral development banks who work so closely together are in the same journey. The conversation now is that the rights and the expectations and the hopes of people in every country for sustainable development are being actually actively undermined by climate change today. So we calculated that failure to get a 2 degree temperature rise will actually take away 4 to 5 percentage points of GDP growth for sub-Saharan Africa. So there is a negative impact. Now, if we go back to Christiana's idea of a business plan, then that business plan is for sustainable development. That business plan is really oriented around greener growth, more inclusive growth that is greener, so that everybody gets that opportunity to have the kind of livelihood and be able to develop sustainably, as the Minister said. But in the business plan, in the risks and opportunities section, the big risk is that climate change is making it more and more difficult to do and more expensive to do. We believe that there is a way to do this, respecting the fact that every country's starting point is different. So the low emissions development plans of some fast-growing middle-income countries are going to be different from the green growth plans of small island developing states. And even within small island developing states, the options and the opportunities, the investment needs and the partners in those investment needs are going to be different. But the destination is the same. And I think that this is where we now feel that we, together with other members of the UN family, need to bring together both the ability to think through and plan for greener growth for all in every country, but also then mobilize the money for that, so no business plan operates without finance, and then thirdly, the knowledge and the leadership necessary for it. A couple of points. The focus is very much on low emissions development and mitigation, but actually there is an investable plan for adaptation as well. We've spent a lot of time here this week talking about adaptation-based mitigation, so the importance of the agriculture and forestry debate and really bringing that together into a landscape approach. This is fundamental for the livelihoods of the poor, so that they have a pathway forward in a greener growth for all. So how can you invest in agriculture in such a way and in agroforestry in such a way that the poor are able to raise their yields, raise their incomes, You get the resiliency that you need in order to be able to have some kind of economic asset base that people will invest in. And then, of course, the co-benefit of that is mitigation. And so it isn't just on the mitigation side that these greener growth for all plans, this idea of developing, taking away the fact that climate change is undermining growth and development should be focused. But it's also not just about the green agenda. I mean, $500 billion is invested in green energy worldwide on an annual basis. But $7 trillion are invested in new infrastructure and $5 trillion in energy every year. I think those numbers are important to bear in mind because there's a lot of focus about where is all the money going to come from. You know, there's a lot of money in the world. It's about moving it into investable plans for greener growth and setting the incentives around that differently. But this $7 trillion in infrastructure and $5 trillion in energy, no matter how difficult that is to mobilise for the long run with the Eurozone crisis and a continuing economic contraction, I think what's important about that is that if it's not invested with an eye to a sustainable development where climate change is understood as being undermining of that, then we are locking in a carbonised future which is going to make emerging markets, developing countries, uncompetitive in the long run. A couple of words just on finance. We focus a lot on the Green Climate Fund, and we all hope that there will be an agreement here on Durban's gift to the world will be progress in that. But for every country, you have to think of a pie chart of finance. The financing for greener growth and for the green economy going forward is going to come from the mobilisation of domestic resources. Most developing countries are building their own domestic capital markets. It's going to come from foreign direct investment and the activities of the private sector. It will come through multilateral development banks, it will come from official development assistance, and it will come from climate finance. All of these things together. And the public as components of that pie chart must be allowed to leverage easily the private investment so that it's all moving in the same direction. A country like India, that is so proud of the targets that it's set for itself domestically, is mobilising its own domestic capital markets to lead the way and showing how and where green investment is necessary and creating the investment conditions for longer-term finance to flow into the country, changing banking regulations in some cases, but showing how it really can happen. Third point is about knowledge. The how-to is something that needs to be shared around the world. And that how-to is within the private sector, within the financial community, the insurance community, within institutional investors, within multilateral development banks, UN agencies, etc. And I think that you're starting to see the building of open knowledge platforms. We're working with UNEP on a green growth knowledge platform. We're working on climate change portals that provide the data and evidence that give confidence to national regulators that if they build it, investment will come. But also give confidence to investors and to those with finance that they will be able to achieve the co-benefits and the impacts that they want to with their investment resources. The reason, if I sound optimistic, is because we're here in Africa. 15 years ago, the story of Africa was, where is the growth? The story of Africa today is it is growing, and it is growing.
The disasters such as the forest fire. So we make a training or forest fire drill. And next, the second pillar is the community development. This is how we engaging the local community to support us to conserve the conservation area. So in some programs, through the education programs, medical service, and also creating job opportunity and social services through the education conservation, and many programs, we are trying to engage building a partnership with the local community. For the example, in the education programs, we are providing a school buildings and also the scholarship for the local community until the college, so they can rise up their education about the conservation. And also we provide the curriculum of the conservation education. So we want to make sure that since they are a child, they have an awareness to the conservation. And then in the medical service, example in the medical service, we are together with the Arta Graha Peduli doctors, we are decrease the number of endemic disease, and also doing a socialization to tell the local community to live clean and healthy. In the conservation program itself, we are focusing in two main programs in conserving flora and fauna. In conserving flora, we have a nursery program to cultivate the endemic species and continue by the tree plantings. In tree planting itself, we put on the number of the tree that can grow and survive. So it is not really important how many trees that we plant, but how many trees that we plant can grow and survive until big. And next, in fauna conservation, we have a tiger rehabilitation program to rehab conflict tigers ready to be released back into the wild. And until now, we have doing 3 times of release. The total is 5 tigers released. There is 1 tiger who released twice. You already watched in the video. She is Pandi, that comes again a year after her first release because of the story. So this is the story of the Pandi. She come a year after her first release, and we don't expect that she was pregnant. But suddenly, she gave birth 3 cubs of cute tigers. Next, another case is this year we rescue a cub of tigers. She also look around near the tumbling wildlife near the rescue center. From these 2 cases, we can say that I believe that the animal, the wildlife, is understand that Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation is a safe sanctuary for them. So they're not, they know that this place is safe, so they come to us. And another case is the rescue of the siamang. Another release program that we have also the wildlife such as lobsters, crocodiles, turtles, and also sea turtle release that has been released this year by the Minister of Environmental and Forestry and Minister of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. And now I will take you to one of interesting place in Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation. So this is one of the grassland that we have. That at the afternoon you can see so many animals, so many wildlife inside there. There are sambar deer and long-tailed macaca. We can see the wild boar, and since they are prey of tigers, we also can see tigers in the grassland. So this is one of my best pictures, my real experience in the field. When I took pictures of tigers when I walk around in the afternoon, and the tiger is just sitting and playing its tails, and it is so unforgettable moment for me. And I believe this experience is I cannot get in anywhere in Sumatra Island. Next is these pictures will show you on how stable this ecosystem in Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation. So some endangered animals started to appear, and the tigers is started to playing and growing become so many. And this is some of the documentary of mammals, biodiversity inside the Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation. And some endangered species started to appear, such as the hairy-nosed otter also, and some birds, butterflies, and also the growth of the biodiversity of marine ecosystem. But what we have achieved until today, so far, we still face the challenges that comes from the outside, from the how we engaging the local communities, because the issue relies of the local community to the natural resource of the forest, and our protection to the forest become misunderstanding and provoked by some people. So in October in 2014, there was a case that the local community comes to burn our posts. And the issue related of poverty and the lack of awareness of the local community give us some pictures that there are still high numbers of illegal activity happens in Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation. So in the maps you can see that there are still encroachment, there are still illegal hunting and illegal fishing, that people, some of local community sometimes comes into the forest and doing this, and this is very, this can threaten our biodiversity inside. So you know more about the threat of biodiversity when somebody or when someone comes into the forest. It will, it's okay if we come for the good reason, but for the bad reason, I don't know, I have no idea. Okay. Next, the challenges comes from the invasive vegetation. That this is really threaten our biodiversity, especially big trees, because when the mantangan spread, it can killing the trees. And until now, we still trying our best, trying to looking for the best solution for this to handle this mantangan. Next, another challenges comes from the sea erosion that we can record from 2009. So the reason why the erosion can happen is from the natural disasters such as the earthquake that happens in 2009 and also the tsunami disaster. And I wanted to give an illustration that if we ignore this issue, especially the climate change issues, we can see that we will lose the important land in Sumatra and also in Java. And it will accelerate the effect of climate change due to the mixing of water temperature. Thanks. And what we have done is there are attention from international and national. From international itself, we have given award as the best tiger conservation site and from Pantera, and also from the government itself, they are appreciate us as the best ecotourism area in 2015. And as the conclusion, we are Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation as a partner of the government with all of the challenges that especially comes from the local government. We are do our best to maintain and to protect Tumbling Wildlife Nature Conservation to be survive. But because what we have done today is not only for but the important thing is this is for our next generation. So the question for us is the most challenges is how the next generation can carry on our work today.
My name is Commander Dr. Kamaldeen. I'm legal advisor to the Ghana Navy, but independently work for the Center for Maritime Law and Security, where I am the executive director. Fish crime is one of the issues that is very pervasive in Ghana and across the West African sub-region. Such a conference provides us the platform for coming out with effective policies to respond to that. Ghana recently had its yellow card lifted. What it means is that Ghana was seen as one of the countries that IUU, and speaking broadly, fish crime is found. And the EU gave Ghana a yellow card. What it meant for Ghana was that Ghana couldn't export fish to EU markets, and out of measures that has been taken within the country, that yellow card has been lifted. But it's still an indication that there are quite a number of measures that are required to create sustainable, more effective measures in dealing with fish crime. In the particular case that I mentioned, that was focused on IUU. But beyond IUU, you have broader issues of fish crime, just not within Ghana, but across the sub-region in West Africa.
Do you think that the way things are going at the moment, if we do not succeed with our legal and other interventions, that we have a strong chance that we're going to lose our fish?
Certainly the case. There is depleting fisheries across the world and depleting fisheries in West Africa. And if you understand the correlation, especially in developing countries, between fisheries and employment, but also the livelihood of many fishing community, then it is a serious concern, one that we have to respond to nationally, regionally, and internationally. And unless we do get the measures right in place, then we run the chance of having a collapsing fisheries, and that can then have ripple effect. I call it the multitude of security challenges, because when you have collapsed fisheries, you have endemic unemployment, you have increased maternal mortality, and that transforms into instability within the region, and its repercussions can even be broader. But it seems to me that where we should be focused is on using the measures that we have in place already. We do have a lot of legal instruments that are already available. What we need to do is, within fisheries, utilize the legal instruments that are available to the fullest, and then we know the correlation between the instruments in fisheries and other instruments, for example, in transnational organized crime, and those dealing with, for example, financial matters like laundering. So it is this interconnectivity that we really need to look at. But we do have sufficient legal framework available globally, and we need to make use of those instruments.
Very nice. Okay, thank you. Do you have any message that you'd like to say to the ordinary person out there, and how they can help in the general bringing about of saving our fish?
I think the message there is for each of us to see fish beyond what is it in water that is swimming, or what is it on plate. What we have to look, even the ordinary people, is to know that there's a lot of connectivity within a fish. The livelihood of people, protein for example, the population, that transform, for example, into whether ordinary people, that, for example, women that are pregnant, for example, will have sufficient protein to have a veritable reproductive system. So this connectivity is very important, and this is where we are always losing it, because we see fish just as something in waters, and we don't understand that fish has got this broader socio-economic dimension within which we should look at. So the fish is important, and every person must take measures to protect the fish. Whether you are somebody dwelling in the coast or whether you are somebody in the market, you have to look at the fish as something that is very valuable, much as we look at gold or diamond. Even those are not as valuable as the fish, but we don't live on gold and diamond, and only a few people are directly employed on such resources. You cannot compare that to a resource like fish that has got a more expanded employment base and one that feeds the population and directly contributes to the socio-economic livelihood of the population. The general population of fisheries may be good, but there are some specific species that are in serious decline. Although I'm not somebody into fisheries management, I do know fish, and I can say, for example, that there are certain fish species that mostly these days we don't get in the market on the plate in Ghana. That is an indication that those fisheries have either run out or they are in serious decline. Center for Maritime Law and Security is a very new initiative. We are in Ghana, but looking across to the West African sub-region, and we're looking up to how we can work with partners, colleagues in research, donor institutions, to transform our local skills into something that can benefit the larger maritime industry.
I brought you here so that you could hear a bit of its voice. And if it was able to speak your language, what would it be saying? Most of the chemicals that we put into our water supply that go down through our aquifers, end up in our rivers, wash down our rivers, and end up in this ocean. And the concentrations are growing. Concentrations in the fish that live in this water, therefore, are growing. 10% of all the plastic that's manufactured in the world in any 1 year ends up in this oceans, creating these giant black spots, holes, where they have been drawn together in the concentric areas, and these plastic break down into tiny little bubbles, and these bubbles are so minuscule we cannot even see them, yet they are jamming up the gills of the fish and the microorganisms that live in that sea, the zooplankton. They're affecting the phytoplankton. And the phytoplankton is extremely important because more than half of all the oxygen that we breathe every day is manufactured in this sea. If we poison these phytoplankton, if we disturb them with our plastic, we are basically creating a situation where the whole ecosystem infrastructure that gives us life could end up unable to perform its function, and we will die. And yet we cannot stop it. We human beings have an extraordinary effect upon this ocean, and therefore upon our lives and the future of our lives. But worst of all is the function of what we do in our fish crime. This week I attended a very extraordinary, the very first ever conference on fish crime. For thousands of years, man has always had to put up with terrible crimes perpetrated by his fellow human beings on himself. Now that there's some measure of control on the land, there are certain bad men that have found their way to the sea. Murder, theft, rape, grand larceny, poisoning, all the things that have been denied for them to do on the land are carried out in the sea. And how to control it has become one of the biggest challenges of our time. Wherever man interferes with the ecosystem's smooth running, he creates a breakdown that can lead to his complete and utter demise. And we believe now that if we do not find a way of addressing this very, very serious issue of overfishing and illegal fishing, that it could indeed be unraveling one of the key components in the infrastructure that preserves life on Earth for all oxygen-breathing animals. This is an invitation for you to participate in a reality television series which could transform the social and environmental challenges we all face today. If you want to do something big to change the world away from its present course of destruction, here's an extraordinary opportunity.
Monkey Valley is a very special location to initiate a program like this. It started out with a vision of duty to protect a very sacred milkwood forest. In that, it's already an amazing accomplishment that we have preserved this.
You can develop without hurting anything. You can put people in a place where they respond to their surroundings. I film at environmental and climate change conferences all over the world. Where the other television crews are filming the politicians, I'm filming the scientists and the people who have the solutions which the world needs to hear. We're actually talking about reducing possibly by 2020, possibly by 2050, to half. I mean, it's as though you don't understand that before 250 million years ago, the Earth was too hot for us to live on because these gases were in circulation. And we have already put some of those gases back. And we should be actually declaring a state of emergency as far as we're concerned and working out how to stop the use of fossil fuels. And that is already possible.
I think that as a matter of principle, of course, you're absolutely right.
Private companies and public sector companies, many of whom are now leading the way and producing an important source of optimism as they invest in renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, energy efficiency, sustainable forestry, sustainable agriculture. These new patterns of economic gain will mark the road toward the future.
We should and can do it with enough determination. And if we can have governments help a little bit by, very simplistically, do not tax clean fuels, tax dirty fuels, as clean fuels start getting 1% of the market, put 1% tax on dirty fuels. When clean fuels got 3% of the market, put a 3% tax extra on dirty fuels and so on, just to make the differential and encourage people to go for clean fuels. And then once clean fuels has got 50% of the market, well, the problem's solved, and you can start taxing clean fuels. And everybody's a winner. And it just seems like a blindingly obvious thing for them to do down the road there. Let's hope they do that, because that will help industry play their part in getting this problem solved.
I was the one that made the decision to leave our news crew in Baghdad when the first Gulf War started, and we covered it from behind the lines. The first time in human history that a news organization had covered a war from behind enemy lines. So I thought a lot. I said, this is responsibility. You've got to think a lot. And it popped up after I thought about it. We've got to end the Cold War. We've got to get rid of nuclear weapons. And we have to take better care of the planet. Not just, there are a lot of other problems. The overfishing in the oceans, the oil spill. There's a lot of other environmental problems other than climate change. That's just one. You got to deal with all of them. I mean, it's, if you've got a good heart but you don't have a liver, you're going to die anyway.
Your remarks on the inadequacies of GDP because it does not measure some of the most important economic realities that we have to deal with. GDP does not measure the depletion of natural resources. It does not measure the production of pollution. The economists refer to negative externalities. This is the kind of phrase that induces sleep, but it actually hides a very important reality. We must turn away from continued obsession with carbon-based energy and turn toward the energy sources of the future. And we must incorporate sustainability principles into business plans.
The New York Times a few days ago, and in particular, the quotes in the second paragraph, even with a deal to stop the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, scientists warn the world will become increasingly unpleasant. But then it goes on to say, without a deal, they say the world could eventually become uninhabitable for humans. Now, this is a watershed. For the New York Times to be allowing this to go to print is a new level of realization of the problem in the human imagination.
Because without tar sands on the table, without tar sands meaningfully included, Canada's policy is essentially empty.
If we're going to seriously tackle the climate change problem, the days of building large, traditional, dirty coal-fired power stations in large developed countries is over.
Yeah, we are concerned that all the discussions in this COP17 are leading the world to a situation of catastrophe.
I know that our biggest company, Tata, has just bought 30,000 acres of virgin forest and has slashed it all down to grow food for animals. Why are you allowing the rest of the world to buy your land for feedlots? That is the question that African media should be asking.
The impacts are already manifest on the continent, so we are not speaking of what may happen in 5 years or 10 years. We're talking about what is going on right now. We're speaking about droughts and famines on the continent, thousands of people displaced from their ancestral homes, living in refugee camps. We're talking about environmental refugees, climate environmental refugees already on the continent. We're talking about floods. We're talking about crop failures, desertification, mudslides. Floods not just in Africa, floods in places like Pakistan, where huge tracts of land have been submerged, to mudslides in Latin America, bushfires in Russia. In other words, climate change is a planetary crisis. It's not just a challenge that confronts a few vulnerable people in poor countries. It is a challenge to the whole planet and to every single person. Yesterday at the Faith Rally, Bishop Tutu declared very clearly that those who think that the crisis will exempt them, they actually live in fool's paradise. We may go first in Africa, but everybody's going to join everyone else.
2/3 of the hungry of this world are women. 2/3 of the illiterate of this world are women. And 2/3 of the poor of the world are women. That can't be an accident. That has to be somebody's policy or philosophy of life. That this is a part of the world that you can feed last, house last, educate last, and free last. Where do we get ideas like that?
The first is the report from the International Energy Agency that I'm sure many of you will have seen, which sent really a stark warning to the world that we have 5 years left to prevent irreversible climate change. 5 years. The reason is that if we continue to invest in carbon-intensive infrastructure, the lock-in effect means that it will be too late.
It's important because climate change is not just about dollars. It's about lives. It's about suffering. It's about survival. The health message is central. Our politicians must understand that people are suffering and dying now, and that very, 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 very many more will suffer and die in the future unless they act now.
People power has dramatically risen to meet the climate crisis.
And it's just ridiculous. This green economy that they're talking about is a commodification of everything: the air, the soil, the water, the land. Like they were saying in the conference, anything that has carbon in it, they want to be able to use to offset for more carbon schemes. These COPs, this is the 17th one since they realized there was a problem with climate change. and yet they seem to be going more backwards. They don't care about climate change, it seems. They care about the money that they can make off of it.
In a world filled with the obscenely poor, we are also filled with churchgoers. Now, there's got to be a disconnect.
What is at stake is the life of our children. And that is criminal what the politicians are doing here. The message that they are saying is that they do not represent our interests. They represent the interest of that 1% of people who are engaged in corporations. They represent that interest, which is probably much less than 1%. But the 99%, we have to go to the streets and pressure our governments, our politicians to do the right thing. You know, what is coming out as a result of this conference is the moral collapse of governments.
We are seeing a negotiation occurring between those who would protect life on Earth and those who would protect financial interests. That is the heart of the negotiations going on right now.
Not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future, because the impacts which we already see now are so effective.
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future. That's my view. I don't think they will know future. They will have the future. The future will be kind of horrified.
That's why we decided to start the University of Earth reality television series. If the world could only know what is happening to the Earth, as told to them by the top people in their field, they would become convinced we have to change what we are doing.
Well, for the past 3 decades, I've been involved in taking people through the region, Southern Africa, and giving them an experience of what we have here.
I went to my friend Russell and I said to him, Russell, I want to put these people into the bush.
Southern Africa represents so many very special aspects of biodiversity, of origins of modern man, of life in all forms. We have more mammals in South Africa than we have in the whole of North America, South America and Europe combined. The diversity is phenomenal. In terms of the peninsula having a relevance to the course is that this at one time was an island. It's a place where the 3 oceans, the Atlantic, Indian and Southern Ocean, have a confluence. So it's very relevant in terms of sea biodiversity.
Imagine the treat of going into the bush with Russell.
In our program that we put together for the University of the Earth, we planned 2 very significant journeys into the eastern wildlife-rich area of South Africa, the Greater Kruger Park, one of the most diverse national parks in the world, the largest wetland system in Africa, the Greater St. Lucia wetland, the mountain kingdom of Lesotho. Right, our western journey is quite different to the eastern journey. The succulent-rich Richtersveld to the Kalahari, to the Namib Desert. The Okavango has the greatest show of wildlife on Earth. We end the journey at the mighty Victoria Falls, and then finally making our way back to Cape Town.
I feel like, in a way, the University of Earth is like the very tip of an arrow. All we're doing is saying this way, and the rest of the people are going to put their own intelligence and their own ideas and their own wanting and longing to have a different kind of future behind it.
The journey is how the linkages work, how the interrelationships work between places, people, environment.
So here we are going to put people into places where they're going to actually experience the bush in such a way that they begin to care.
We will then achieve personal solutions through various people, which we can then combine into a greater vision.
The University of Earth reality television series puts people in front of the camera, exposes them to factors that are missing in existing education, shows them how all aspects of reality are interlinked, and challenges them to find new systems that are more in harmony with the continuation of life on Earth. We'll be covering nutrition, natural agriculture, health, conservation, performing arts, environmental law. The point of doing a reality television show, it's basically to encourage the world to become solution-driven. If you're allowed to throw toxins into the water and into the soil, and you leave out the costs of what the impact is on the environment, then you may appear to be profitable, but what in actual fact you're doing is you are killing your own future as a business because you're eliminating the infrastructure which your clients need to survive.
The solution will grow from here to become a bigger one that would also influence other parts of the world.
30 enthusiastic participants exposed to scientists, authors, experts, great minds, filmed in Monkey Valley Resort and in the ecosystems of Africa, discovering how to change the systems into ones that are in harmony with nature, and sharing the excitement of the journey with viewers worldwide. If you would like to be part of this series, contact us.
I think the initiatives like this, which started a good few years ago and now, I can't say culminated, but are taking a big step forward with this symposium. We heard there were just under 200 people here from 31 countries. I think an important step has been taken to have some success, yes.
Do you think that we can use anything from our legislation that already exists?
I absolutely think there is a lot of legislation out there in South Africa, in other countries, that can be used, but it's not being implemented, it's not being invoked. It can also be amended and improved. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that we've got any chance of getting any implementation program coming from this as well?
Well, I took great sense of hope with Professor van Asse's announcement that Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University is going to launch, I think it's called a Fish Force Capacity Building Program, particularly aimed at fisheries control officers and prosecutors to improve law enforcement in the fisheries crime arena.
Do you think that there's going to be interference, continued interference from people who are being bought by the market? Or do you want to not speak?
There will be, but we have seen in various areas of environmental law, not only fisheries law, and I'm thinking of, for example, the Centre for Environmental Rights, having great successes in prosecuting, getting the state or themselves getting involved in legal cases to ensure legal compliance. So there are NGOs that I think are going to play a bigger role in the fisheries area to get compliance done. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Are you going to take a role in any of that?
Well, I hope to. I have many commitments, but I hope to kind of sow the seeds with students and pass them on. Some of my students are working in the area and so on, so I see my role as a kind of throw the pebble in the pond, you know what happens, ripples start.
Do you have any comment you want to make to the ordinary public out there who don't know much about how serious the situation is, as to what they could do?
I think to the ordinary public, the man and woman in the street, boy or girl, I think the important point was made by one of my colleagues from the United States who said, don't be shy, ask a question, follow up. If you see something that seems a fish that you're eating in a restaurant, doesn't seem to be a legal fish, ask questions. Start making a couple of waves and persist. That's what I have to say to every person in the street.
There was a canned lion hunting march on Saturday.
Canned lion?
Canned lion. So it's a group of people. They basically got together. They got tired of the amount of lions that were bred purely for the hunt.
Okay.
And so it's called canned lion hunting.
All right.
And it's
that's just for us that don't know these things.
Yeah, it's fine. The hunters claim that canned lion hunting is good for conservation. So they say that it somehow stimulates the industry. And we need to have canned lion hunting, so that's from the hunting point of view. They say that the money raised from tourists coming into this country and people spending large money in this country, it goes towards breeding lions. But in reality, the only lions that it's breeding are lions that are going to be shot. So they're not actually lions that are having any direct benefit on conservation. So a group called the cannedlion.org put a march together, actually of interest. They put it together with a whole lot of international groups. There was a whole lot of international players that came to that march, because canned lion hunting is not endemic to South Africa. Okay. Canned lion hunting happens in the United States, it happens in Australia, it happens all over the world. In Israel, canned lion hunting happens. And these are people that are taking lions out of their natural habitat, putting them in tiny little cages until they're old enough, and they've got a clever mechanism of what they like to do. So if you ever go to a place where you can pet a lion, so and there's a couple of places like here in Hermanus, but all over the world, if you can go to a place where you can pet a lion and the lion doesn't try and attack you, what that is they're actually a breeding program for canned lion hunting. So they go through all these petting parks, then they get put in this tiny cage and they basically get sold to whoever can afford to shoot them. The guy doesn't even give the lion the decency to run around in the wildlife, in the veldt. They basically shoot it right there and then in a tiny little enclosure so the lion can't run too far.
Jason, this is exactly the reason why ENN needs to broadcast.
Sure.
Because there are a lot of people like myself that didn't know about these things. So we need to make people aware of these things.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you've got a lot of other stories about the fish dying up in the ocean, animals dying, the whole ecosystem. These are the kind of things I think that ENN would probably have to propagate so that people out there know and take action.
Africa is the worst hit, besides the small island states, when it comes to global warming issues. The impacts are already manifest on the continent, so we are not speaking of what may happen in 5 years or 10 years. We're talking about what is going on right now. We're speaking about droughts and famines on the continent, thousands of people displaced from their ancestral homes, living in refugee camps. We're talking about environmental refugees, climate environmental refugees already on the continent. We're talking about floods. We're talking about crop failures, desertification, mudslides. Floods not just in Africa, floods in places like Pakistan, where huge tracts of land have been submerged. To mudslides in Latin America, bushfires in Russia. In other words, climate change is a planetary crisis. It's not just a challenge that confronts a few vulnerable people in poor countries. It is a challenge to the whole planet and to every single person. Yesterday at the FAIT rally, Bishop Tutu declared very clearly that those who think that the crisis will exempt them, they actually live in fool's paradise. We may go first in Africa, but everybody's going to join everyone else. That was the message, and it was very clear. This is why we're so shocked that rich industrialized countries, led by the United States of America, would, even before coming to the COP, send a signal that nothing is going to come out of the COP. That they would not make verifiable, legally binding commitment to reduce emissions at source. And we're so disappointed that countries like Japan, like Canada, Australia, and Russia will join on this train. The crisis that is confronting the planet is something that every nation should confront with all seriousness, because we have just one planet. It doesn't matter how rich a nation is, how much space exploration a nation has conducted. We have one planet Earth as far as we know right now. And we have all the responsibility to take real actions, because millions of people are already at risk. We're going to hear a lot in the COP about why we require emission reduction as such. You're going to hear a bit more about it in this conference. But already, the commitments, the pledges made in Cancun and in Copenhagen, they've already set the world on a path to a temperature increase that is already more than 2 degrees. And 2 degrees increase is already a death sentence on Africa.
And nowhere clearer than here in Africa. In Africa, the impacts of climate change are felt predominantly through the food system, through the impacts on hunger. 75% of poor people in the world live in rural areas with their lives and livelihoods dependent in some way on agriculture. Just bear in mind that 95% of the agriculture on this continent is rain-fed, so highly vulnerable to changes in climatic conditions. We already have close to 1 billion people on the planet which go to bed hungry every night. Of them, 239 million people are in Africa. 239 million people in this continent already going hungry. And we can see the effects of extreme weather nowhere clearer at the moment than in the Horn of Africa with the terrible famine. 13 million people affected. In Kenya, we've had near total crop failure in some areas. In Ethiopia, 60% of cattle, 40% of sheep have died. That's totally devastating for the people whose livelihoods depend on livestock and on small-scale food production. And the bellwether of these types of impacts can often be food prices. And as a result of that drought in the Horn of Africa, we've seen sorghum, which is a key staple crop in the region, have increased nearly 400% over the 5-year average. Prices of maize increased between 150 and 200% over the 5-year average in those two countries. 150 and 200%. Now, for poor people, they spend up to 75% of their incomes on food. So if you get that kind of a food price spike, you can imagine just how devastating that is for your livelihood. And that's the story in Africa. It's repeated right now around the world. The floods that we've seen in recent weeks in East Asia have pushed up the rice price locally in Thailand and Vietnam by between 25 and 30% over last year. In Cambodia, the rice price has increased 19% in 1 month. And right now, a little known story at the moment, but there's a terrible food crisis striking in Afghanistan, where a drought earlier this summer, very consistent with climatic models which indicate that those types of droughts in the summer months will become more frequent and more severe in that part of Central Asia. That's already pushed up wheat prices in that country by 79%, and that's on top of the very high wheat prices from last year. So that gives you a sense of just how devastating climate change can be for the lives and livelihoods of poor people that are dependent on agriculture. Those are the extreme weather events that hit the headlines. Behind that, there is an insidious story of slow onset effects. Yields of crops are declining right now. Poor people don't know when best to plant their crops.
Conversations together, and I enjoyed your comments just now. I will say just a few words in a moment about a couple of the things that you said. May I also say that it's great to be with my friend Wang Shi. We were together during my visit to Beijing a few weeks ago, and what an historic time for China and the United States to be joining together to give fantastic momentum to this process. And Minister Xi, I want to express my gratitude to you personally for the tireless work that you have done over the years, and especially in the months and weeks leading up to this agreement between President Xi Jinping and President Barack Obama. It is a wonderful, wonderful occasion. I know we have many distinguished guests here. Peter Bakker, I'm not going to try to mention everyone who deserves to be acknowledged, but thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here. This meeting in Lima, so wonderfully hosted by the government of Peru, is already historic. We are privileged to be in this city at a time when the groundwork is being laid for a successful agreement in Paris 1 year from this week. And as I mentioned earlier, the historic handshake and historic agreement between the President of China and the President of the United States has had an electrifying impact on the world's efforts to solve the climate crisis. I myself am extremely optimistic, and all the more so listening to Minister Xi this morning, and I hope that my colleagues in the United States will read a translation of your remarks on the inadequacies of GDP, because it does not measure some of the most important economic realities that we have to deal with. GDP does not measure the depletion of natural resources. It does not measure the production of pollution. The economists refer to negative externalities. This is the kind of phrase that induces sleep, but it actually hides a very important reality. GDP also does not measure positive externalities, and partly as a result, we have chronic underinvestment in education and healthcare and community services and family services, and it does not measure the distribution of net worth and income. And again, that is part of the reason we have a crisis of inequality growing in the world, in the United States, in China, in the European Union, in Peru, in almost every country in the world. So we need a better, more accurate way of measuring whether we are going in the right direction or in the wrong direction. Here in Lima, we are at a fork in the road. One way leads in the wrong direction, the other leads in the right direction, toward Paris, and then from Paris toward a sustainable future. It is important that we are joined not only by representatives of governments, but also representatives of NGOs, and critically by representatives of private companies and public sector companies, many of whom are now leading the way and producing an important source of optimism as they invest in renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, energy efficiency, sustainable forestry, sustainable agriculture. These new patterns of economic gain will mark the road toward the future. Already, if you look at the 100 largest companies in the world, 60 of them have set clean energy targets. This is especially important because we face another fork in the road. We must turn away from continued obsession with carbon-based energy and turn toward the energy sources of the future. And we must incorporate sustainability principles into business plans as well as in to government policies. I know that there are other speakers, and I will keep my remarks brief. I will have the privilege of making some longer remarks here during these sessions, but before I close, I would like to refer to three poets. One who wrote in the Chinese language, one who wrote in the Spanish language, and
the story that I wanted to bring to your attention today, I've actually got a couple of stories, but there's one that's of particular interest to me because I see it as a massive, massive problem worldwide. And it's the Fukushima reactor. So the Fukushima reactor became a problem in February 2011. Japan experienced some giant-ass earthquake, and the Fukushima reactor basically went down with it. The Japanese, being incredibly inventive, have tried many different methods to basically isolate the cores, which are still radioactive. They're still burning hot, and they're basically releasing cesium-137 by volumes that, in fact, just recently it was compared to Chernobyl. They reckon it's up to 100,000 times the volume of cesium-137, which is radioactive, into the oceans. In 2011, the reactor blew its lid, and it started pushing out radioactive materials into the ocean. Scientists at that time assured us that the ocean would have some ability to absorb it and mix it with the Earth's kind of natural radioactiveness that's happening in the water. Then in November 2012, the first reports came in from California that they were seeing defects and birth defects happening in seahorses. And a lot of people ran this back and they said, hey, listen man, this might have something to do with the Fukushima. But everyone shot them down as conspiracy theorists, like just people that just blew stories out of proportion. Then in 2013, the first stories started coming out about random die-offs of American bald eagles and quite a number of large winged bird species. So they've started seeing these huge wash-ups of bird species on the sea, and bald, which is an inland bird, they started seeing them being washed up as well. And more people started to talk about this. They even had a whole kind of interview with marine biologists saying that there's no difference in terms of the cesium-137 compared to surrounding kind of environmental radiation. And for a long time, all of these people were basically blown off as lunatic kind of conspiracy fringe kind of theorists. But the results kept piling up and kept piling up and kept piling up until the end of last year, when the United States finally declared that they have picked up an increase in radioactivity in the water. In fact, some news headlines have gone as far to call it a nuclear war, a silent nuclear war that's occurred in the oceans. Now, since that time, we've already started seeing, so in November last year, we picked up the first reports coming in of these sharks that had these massive tumorous growths on them, are octopus, seals washing up without fur on their back, birth defects happening inside of quite a number of common marine species, dolphins, whale, killer whales. And the fact is that this problem is massive. So now, what the Japanese did is that they've got to shut these cores down because the reactors are still producing radioactive material because they cannot shut them down. So they sent in robots to try and shut down these nuclear reactors. But the core was so hot that of the 3 robots they sent in, they never saw nor heard of them ever again. It's so hot that not even a robot could shut down withstand the heat, withstand the radioactivity of the surrounding cores in the Fukushima reactor. So now, just recently, 2 days ago, the Japanese came up with their what they're calling their last-ditch effort. Now, what that really means, I don't know, but it's their last-ditch effort. They are building a giant ice wall, a $130 million, 1 mile long ice wall to try and contain the reactors inside of Fukushima. If this final ditch effort does not work, then the Japanese actually have nothing more that they can apply to this problem, meaning that all the radioactive material, the cesium-137, the entire volume will just continue to spew into the ocean for years to come, bringing about death that we've never seen. I mean, just bear in mind that 3 days ago, the first reports started coming in of the massive bleaching that's going on in the Great Barrier Reef. The heart of the ocean, the Great Barrier Reef, is being wiped out. Now, is it being wiped out by ocean acidification? That could be true. Climate change is known to have effects on ocean acidification, higher heat levels in the top water. But there's a stronger probability that what is actually wiping out the Great Barrier Reef has something to do with a higher content of cesium-137 in the water.
Will the same, or is it possible that the same scenario can happen at our Koeberg power station?
Okay, so this is quite interesting. The Koeberg reactor, first of all, they bury all of their waste, all of their nuclear reactive material, they actually bury in Koeberg. So the ground surrounding Koeberg actually already contains a fair degree of radioactive waste. But this is where the problem comes in, okay? Koeberg was set up by basically a whole team of international experts. So they basically put this whole thing together. Then, as Eskom started to lose cash and there was big financial issues, they started laying off most of the internationals. So most of the French...
The people with the experience.
Right, the people that actually knew what was going on. Typical. So I had an opportunity, I met one such person. He actually lives in Melkbos. He did so much work on the Koeberg reactor that he bought a house in Melkbos, and so that he could get backwards and forwards. But then he got fired, he lost his job. And maybe 4 to 5 years after he got laid off, he got an emergency call to come basically back in and have a look at the Koeberg reactor. And he told me when he had seen what they have been doing in the Koeberg reactor, the maintenance is at an all-time low on that reactor. That said, even though the maintenance is low, it is still kind of sustained. In other words, the reaction is still complete. The byproduct is nothing unnatural, so it's producing the right amount of nuclear waste, and it has been stored appropriately, super deep, covered by concrete. But there is always the opportunity that maintenance at some point could cause a runaway reaction inside of the Koeberg reactor. There's also an opportunity as Cape Town has had 2 big earthquakes. I'm not talking Fukushima level earthquakes. We have tremors, because we're surrounded by fold mountains. Those fold mountains from time to time collapse. That collapse causes tremors. Whether those tremors are sufficient to take down a plant that hasn't been maintained, that's a good question. In the United States and places like, they have really high maintenance standards, so they're fully maintained. But more importantly, what I found interesting is that of all the countries in the world that are reporting the results of the Fukushima reactor, it's primarily the United States. And when you think about why it's primarily the United States, it's because their reporting is of such a standard that they actually monitor almost everything. I mean, they keep a firm eye, a massive budget on monitoring everything. You get little independent reports coming out from around the world, but nothing to the level that the United States is monitoring this problem. Now let's think about this. The only country on earth that has had a meltdown in their reactor is Russia. Russia is the only one that's had a meltdown that was not caused by some kind of natural event, some earthquake, some tsunami or whatever. It was Chernobyl, and that was a man-made error based on poor maintenance. You see, remember those things: poor maintenance, man-made error, okay? And the very people that are trying to sell our country a whole load of nuclear reactors is the very people that were responsible for the last environmental or nuclear meltdown known to man. So this story actually ran quite big. That it was discovered last week that Jacob Zuma had actually signed a binding international agreement that
was outside of his portfolio.
Outside of his portfolio, outside of his scope of responsibilities. But he had signed us into an agreement in which we will take on all of these nuclear reactors from Russia. But I will tell you, the beauty of this, okay? This is all part of like the economic enslavement kind of theory of the world, okay? So what they do is, and I'm going to give you a very good example, one that is renewable, which is actually a clean, healthy example. But this happens all the time, okay? So what happens is, in this instance, Kenya was experiencing massive power problems. So what happened is the Japanese came to Kenya and they said, listen, Kenya, we hear you're experiencing massive power problems. Kenya went, yes, and they said, we've got great news for you. We're gonna give you, I think it was $150 million to solve this power problem on a loan basis, okay? You can loan it from us and we'll set a nice, reasonable term of repayment. Kenya celebrated. They set out these, to build these big giant solar plants, which is good, it's a big solar plant. And they sent out this information advisory to all people in the renewable business saying, look, we're looking to buy a solar plant. But the thing that they didn't see is that the Japanese had actually specified exactly what they were allowed to spend that $150 million on. They were allowed to spend it on Japanese solar panels, engineered, so the entire plant had to be engineered by Japanese engineers, And it also had to be put together by Japanese people. So what in effect Japan had done was they had loaned themselves money. So they had created work and employment for Japan. They had created industry for Japan. Likewise is what will happen with these nuclear power plants that have been supplied by Russia. Russia is saying, oh look, you've got big power problems. I'm going to give you all of these reactors, but all of the plants come from Russia. All the maintenance expertise comes from Russia. Everything that is associated with that comes from Russia. So effectively what they've done is they've economically enslaved us. They've bought our power and our money that we pay for energy. They've basically bought that from us. And of course, Jacob Zuma being Jacob Zuma, you know, he jumped at it. And there's numerous examples of this. If you take a look, Mitsubishi, they provide the reactors for most of our coal-fired power stations, our gas turbine power stations. And it's all like a lot of back-end links, a lot of backhand connections that are going down. And of course, us as the consumer, we ultimately are going to pay the price. If you take a look in the United States, this is a beautiful thing. They have shown that, okay, and it's not renewable that's done this, okay, but they have seen a number of large coal-fire power stations going under, especially lately. In fact, they had a string. It was almost 6 coal-fire power stations went under last year. Well, they went for, what do they call it, chapter whatever bankruptcy, but that was, ironically, that was put to the sword, not by renewable. Renewable played a part in terms of putting coal fire to the sword, was actually put to the sword by natural gas. Natural gas killed the coal fire industry inside of the United States. Big news came out on Saturday of a coal plant inside of the States that basically has completely converted its operations to where it is now building the world's largest solar plant, which I find quite a sweet kind of, you know, changeover. Now in South Africa, there was that big story that happened last week. Do you remember? The CEO of Applegate, which is a Gupta-owned firm, got put on the board of Eskom.
Okay, now I can see the picture.
Right, and then add to it that somehow Eskom then had to buy its coal reserves, and who did it buy it from? Bought it from another Gupta-owned coal-fire business, or a coal mine. So you've got to wonder, you know, how much kind of shaking of hands is going on here. Why are we still relying on coal? You know, we've got far greater abundance of solar energy here in South Africa than you know, almost any other country, than the UK. You know, like then Germany. Germany's managed to knock out almost 3/4 of its grid. In fact, at some given points, the entire land area of Germany goes completely off grid, just purely on renewable. So how is it that we've got roughly double, 1,200 watts per square meter of energy than Germany does, and yet somehow we're not able to make it? Is it because the financing's not there? Is it because the interest is not there? More than likely, it's because the political will is not there. You have the first IPP that was run. The IPP was a joke. They basically launched this independent power producer program, and the objective of that was to get a loan. Basically it was a tied-up relationship. Okay, the World Bank said to South Africa, look, we see that you need a loan to buy all of these, you know, finish Medupi and buy these coal-fire plants, and we see that you need this money, but bearing in mind that climate change, that big thing that's happening all over the world, is a pressing problem. We insist that a portion of this money gets spent on renewable resources. South Africa is a huge polluter because of our mining industry. So South Africa did, you know, they took the loan because they needed the money to build up the energy infrastructure. But then they launched the IPP, and the IPP was for them to get bids to put up energy plants, so renewable energy plants. And they made it in such a way that no South African could benefit. So the one condition that was stipulated on the IPP agreement was that you had to have previous experience in putting up renewable energy plants. Well, we've never put up a large scale. No one in this country has. Nobody's put up a giant renewable plant. So what did that mean? Straight away, almost all of South African players were completely excluded from the equation. And so the people that are really building up these big farms and putting up these massive wind turbines, it's international companies. They're the people that benefited from the IPP, not South Africans. So there are South Africans that are fronts. They obviously had a percentage that had to go towards the local community. But that's the only benefits that South Africans saw. And this is the part that I love the most, is that there was one South African that I know of. I mean, there was probably a few that also benefited, seriously wealthy South Africans. But there was one that was one of the first winning bids. And that was Cyril Ramaphosa. Cyril Ramaphosa was one of the first winning bids of bid 1 of the IPP. And what is well known about the South African IPP is that it was only bid 1 where you made money. All the other bids didn't make money. Now you find it quite ironic that Cyril Ramaphosa is going on about how we need more capital for this and capital for that, but at the end of the day, he's just lining his own pocket. Had nothing to do with us, had nothing to do with anybody else other than Cyril Ramaphosa making money for Cyril Ramaphosa.
We'll be here all week. Science on Sphere presentations are going to be at 10, 12:30, and 3 every day. Hyperwall presentations will also be going on regularly, as well as scientific talks. So make sure to hang out in the U.S. Center, and thanks for joining us.
My name is Beth Russell, and I work for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
What is happening to the, like from what you're seeing? How do you see it? And second of all, is what big trends are you noticing that you think are of concern to the average person?
Okay. So I work with Science on a Sphere, this large animated globe behind us, and we use that to display visualizations of the Earth system so we can better understand things that are changing. And when we look at sea ice, we see huge changes. When we look at temperature records, we see big changes. And so these are the sorts of things we're trying to help people better understand. The sorts of things that we're able to see on Science on a Sphere and the Earth system in general, the ice caps are getting smaller, temperatures are rising. We can look at ocean acidification models and see that the acidity of the ocean is changing. And all of these things have an impact on people's daily lives. So for example, ocean acidification. As our oceans are changing, that changes fish populations, and it can change the shellfish that everyone loves to eat. And so seafood production is greatly impacted as we're seeing changes in ocean acidification.
How does it change?
So as the ocean becomes more acidic, shellfish aren't able to grow and sustain the shells they need in order to survive. And we're starting to see little bits of that now, but as the ocean continues to change, we're expecting to see big changes in shellfish.
Why is the ocean acidifying?
The ocean is acidifying because it absorbs carbon dioxide. And as we put more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, the ocean is absorbing more of that. And when it does that, it changes the chemical makeup of the ocean.
Does that have any effect on other fish as well?
So it's the corals and the shellfish, those sorts of things that are most impacted because they need the calcium carbonate in the ocean to be able to grow and to build their shells. And as the ocean becomes more acidic, there's less calcium carbonate. But if you think about something like corals, that's the home for so many fish. And so if corals are struggling to survive, then there's a lot of fish that will be impacted.
And then with regard to the changing warmth, what effects is that going to have on people?
So changing temperatures, we're still trying to understand all of the impacts that'll have. A clear one is the ice caps that are melting. and the glaciers that are melting. As glaciers melt, that causes more water to enter the ocean, causing sea level rise. And warmer oceans can also lead to things like coral bleaching, which again can have impacts on our fish. Temperature changes can also have impacts on our weather. So things like droughts and floods and extreme events in general, they think as we move down the line, we'll see more of those. So there's a lot to be seen as climate change happens.
When you were showing this, at the end it got very, very red indeed.
Yes.
Which meant that was very, very hot almost everywhere. Would any human beings be alive under such circumstances in your research?
Yeah, certainly. People are able to adapt, and we will still have population. However, it'll just look different. And that model, that's 10 degrees warmer, 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. So certainly people can still live well within that range. But it's having to adapt to the changes of differences in precipitation and differences in...
So they just put out this, take out their sunglasses and prepare for it. Does it not affect their food?
It definitely can affect their food. If precipitation's changing, if there's droughts happening, that has a big impact on food production. And that's part of why we're here at COP21 trying to figure out what we can do about climate. It's not something we just want to adjust to. It's something that we'd like to make some changes so that we don't have to experience what those models are predicting.
Okay, thank you. And then what do you do in your daily life?
So I am the operations manager for Science on a Sphere. So I install this visualization tool into science museums, universities, schools, and then help people understand how to use those visualizations for education.
G'day, we're here at Monkey Valley Resort at Crown Eagle, overlooking Long Beach. We're going to cook some beef fillet today. It's free range fillet, it's organic. It's not fed the normal stuff that you get from these battery sort of animals, that is fed grain that is made from that has been affected, and it leaves a sort of footprint on the planet, and it's not really good for you. It's also known that in future we're going to start running out of proteins and natural food, so we must start looking at ways for our own well-being and for other generations to come to utilize food that is natural and less protein. This meat that we're going to cook today, we're only going to use like 8% protein of the whole meal, and the rest is all going to be carbohydrates or vegetables in this case. So we're going to start by roasting off some pepper, red pepper, lots of color. It's known to lower your blood sugar or your cholesterol. Very good for you. It's got a lot of color. It's tasty. They say that if you eat red pepper in the morning with your egg whites, it's good for keeping the hunger at bay. So we're going to start off by roasting this in the pan slowly. Just going to add a little bit of butter, pure butter. Also very good for you in small amounts. And then I got the beef fillet here. I'm just going to cut a small section of it. That's all we're going to need for this dish. And then we got some aubergine here, also known as brinjal or eggplant. That's going to go into the pan with the red pepper there. And then I got some baby marrow here, also known as courgettes or zucchini in America. Nice green color, which has got a lot of fiber, which is good for you. Helps with the digestion. So we're all just going to put it all in the pan and just let it cook slowly on a low heat there till it's ready, while we prep the rest of the ingredients. So I got a little bit of broccoli here. So once again, nice green color, lots of fiber. And I'm not adding any water or anything here. I'm just relying purely on the low heat and the natural water that's in the vegetables to slowly sort of cook it down. I'm going to take another pan. You can put a lid on this, but I'm going to take another pan and just let it cook in there slowly. So you're creating like a little, almost like a little pot, steam pot, closed pot there, that's going to cook itself. Because it's closed, the steam will drop back into the pan, so it will ensure that the vegetables doesn't burn. So by the time your vegetables is cooked, it will have a nice color. Then I'm going to take a little bit of cherry tomatoes. So this is almost like a Mediterranean dish. Olives. Just going to take the pip out of olives. Then I'm going to take a little bit of red wine here. This is going to be the main part of our sauce for the beef. So I'm just going to pour a little bit of red wine over there just to let it start marinating slowly before we cook it, while we wait for the vegetables to cook. This is going to take like another 5 minutes or so. We're just going to wait for that. After this finishes, then we're going to start cooking our meat to the temperature that's the desired temperature, and we're going to add the vegetables to that. Right, so the vegetables is carried on for another 5 minutes now. It's almost ready, so it's now time to heat our pan for our beef fillet. Just getting a bit of temperature there. Once that reaches temperature, we take a little bit of butter. Season the meat. Right, I'm going to turn this to this side because it's colder there. I need to heat here. In the meantime, while we wait, we can have a sip of red wine. Which is good for the cholesterol. Okay, our butter is starting to melt slowly. It's going to be sufficient and it's going to be a nice flavor to the meat. The red pepper complements the meat, the baby marrow, everything else here is going to complement it. Your olives that you've got here is going to add a lot of flavor. It's got a lot of saltiness to it, it's got a lot of tartness to it. It's cherry tomatoes, full of sugar. Once you put it to the heat, it's going to caramelize, it's going to add to the flavor there. Now I've got a little bit of goat's cheese here as well, which is going to like just cream it off nicely for us. So while the meat is cooking, I'm going to start plating the food now. Before I place that on, I'm going to take a little bit of goat's cheese at the bottom here. Put a little bit of aubergine or eggplant, top of that. Baby marrow on top of that. Some of the red pepper. So we've got a nice spectrum of colors there. Broccoli, so all these vegetables are nice and crunchy, which is what you want. All the flavor has been retained, nothing's been cooked away in water. So nice and nutritious and healthy. Meat is getting on, I'm going to turn that around. Add my cherry tomatoes to the dish. This is going to be part of my sauce. My olives. A little bit more butter. And then we're going to finish it off with some red wine. Then last but not least, fresh lemon. I know in South America, the people there like to put lemon with their meat. Their red meat brings out the flavor. It's very good for you. That meat is ready now, so I'm going to take it out. Just put it on top of your vegetables there. Let that sauce finish cooking. A little bit more goat's cheese. And just to give it a nice bit of color, some red pepper. Then here's our sauce with its garnish. Just some red wine, olives, fresh cherry tomatoes. A little bit of garnish. And this is our beef fillet with the roasted red peppers, the broccoli, red wine tomato sauce. Good for you, good for the planet.
So I'm Alicia Harold Coleb, a marine scientist with Oceana, and we're very concerned about ocean acidification, which is the oceans becoming more acidic because they're absorbing carbon dioxide. And this higher acidity has negative impacts for many marine species and can possibly even cause crashes in marine ecosystems, marine food webs. We're looking at the possible decline, possible extinction even, of coral reefs by the end of this century. So we're extremely concerned about the oceans becoming more acidic. So the oceans absorb carbon dioxide, and this carbon dioxide bonds with ocean water to create an acid, carbonic acid. And that is how the oceans are becoming more acidic. And people, it's really important that individuals act by themselves to reduce their carbon emissions, but even more importantly, they need to be telling their policymakers, the people here today who are in Cancun, deciding what the future is going to be for the whole world, that they demand their policymakers really set low emissions and really reduce their emission targets for the future.
Talk to them nicely. Oh. What's he gonna say? What money is that?
Because of the leachate problem and the methane problem. So that's why we got compost now. We actually make compost now.
Do you have worms in your compost?
No. They put it back in the plant.
Reclaiming. What do they reclaim it for? Themselves?
For themselves. We inherit the people, so we can't just change it. They've been here for a few years.
Do they make money out of it?
Big bucks. Reclaimer can make up to $2,000 a week.
Yes. Just from what he finds?
Yeah. Your 2-liter Coke bottles is between £2 and £2.50 a kilo. Like it. Normal white plastic.
You did?
I'm taking a chance to bring you up here. It's for the public relations.
It takes ages. I mean, every shot that I made, I had to get permission. And I normally have to write for commissions.
No, you can write something. No, we've got a public relations system. We go to them now.
Yes, I know. You can, and I've only got 2 days. So I'm finishing this film.
But you've got my card now. If you want to do something like this again.
I do all the commissions first.
Phone. I'll organize the vehicle.
Yes. Yeah, that would be very nice. But then, because you see, this is the first film which gets all the preparation. Threw it away. Looks very what?
Just by seeing the camera, we're already going out of the way. For your children. Outside of the this one, I'm not sure. It's either a sports field or something, but we are now busy with the landfill gas to energy projects. So your landfill gas, landfill like this will be good for 15 years taking out methane gas, landfill gas, producing. It's mostly seagulls.
No, I think they're sacred ibises.
The small white ones.
They're a relative of the white. There are seagulls too, though. I don't know how they get here.
Yeah, that's the street truck. It's cleaning the streets.
That one there?
Yeah. Those big trucks, they are the household waste, the domestic waste, the black bags you put out. Small trucks, the people clean the streets by hand, the bags, they send to the trucks.
Is there, how do you make money out of it?
See, after this place is full, see there in the back, the mine is still busy taking, because in the old days,
Good news regarding fisheries crime is that there's a new budget post in our budget for next year called Global Security, where it's mentioning organized crime. So we hope to have some funding from this part of the program, of the budget, for this, this part of the theme on fisheries management.
We had the possibility at one stage that the funder might land somewhere in Durban or Cape Town. If we had the LACER provision, we would have been able to arrest immediately and take action in South Africa. Just an example of what the LACER provision can do. And then the third maybe suggestion, question, if Marcus can maybe quickly react to it. If we bring in a LACER provision, why is the LACER provision, why was we limited to say fish products or wildlife products coming that was harvested in contravention of the laws of another country? Why not say any fish that was harvested in contravention of the laws of another country or in contravention of any international or regional fisheries agreements? Then you make it even wider and more effective.
You know, it may actually do that, and I used a shorthand. There's a whole set of action verbs and nouns in the Lacey Act, and so I went right to the issue of something's harvested, but it's something like harvested, transported, exported, you know, and a whole big set of action verbs, and then the list of underlying laws that you violate include laws and regulations, and it may include U.S. treaties as well. So I believe, for example, CAMLAR would count, but you don't hold me to that.
Judy, I agree with you. Firstly, on the fact that there's been a lot of suggestions made in the room that I think it does not end here. That we take them forward, bring them to reality. As you might have seen in my last slide, where I said we're dealing with organized crime, and I think we need to be proactive and begin to be organized solution, bringing solutions to the fore. And coming to the issue of unseaworthy vessels. We do monitor and do inspection in unseaworthy vessels. Sometimes we do not have to wait until we receive a complaint before we attend to these inspections. We do ad hoc surveys. Once we realize that there is some suspicions on a particular vessel that we see on our ports, we investigate, we're taking actions in terms of our domestic laws. And in most cases, when we dig deep into those instances, we find issues like human trafficking, child labor, and crew complaints, like some of the crew that have not been paid their salaries, etc. But in terms of our Merchant Shipping Act, we do have a provision where we deal with the social welfare issues, but to a certain extent, because it then brings the labor issues into play.
Just briefly about the money laundering question, yes, I'm all for it. And let me just sort of give you a quick insight about how prosecutors think about these things, or at least American prosecutors think about them. You start out with a bad person doing bad things, and then you figure out what statutes you can throw at them. So I could have charged Ben just with money laundering, I could have charged him with violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, wire fraud, mail fraud, all sorts of statutes. We happen to charge smuggling, Lacey Act, and conspiracy to do the same. In fact, I informed the defendants at a certain point that we were going to supersede the indictment and add money laundering, and which has a higher penalty in the United States, and they pled guilty.
I'd like to know how many, or anybody who's watching this, how many of you have gold? You know, how much gold do you have? Like, do you have millions of dollars in gold shares or platinum? Maybe you've got millions of dollars. Do you have millions of dollars in platinum?
I see the gold price has exceeded the
right,
platinum price.
But what relevance is that to you and me? Like, I don't have any gold. I don't plan on selling any gold anytime soon. I don't have a gold mine. I don't have any platinum. But yet the narrative, the economic narrative that we hear is about the price of oil, which you know, they've actually changed. So this was quite interesting. The price of oil dropped from 110. So how's this for market rigging? Okay. So the price of oil was sitting at 45 or 50 US dollars a barrel. Then a guy came out of the blue. This was a while ago. This was like 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And he put in the first bid. It was $110 was his bid. Everybody laughed at this guy. They thought it was, but he made news, and which is the only reason why I heard about it. Okay. He made news because it was the first time that a market bid for oil had exceeded $100 per barrel. But the question is this: what did he know? Who was that guy? Because within the space of 2 to 3 weeks after him putting in that bid, the oil price skyrocketed to like 130 US dollars a barrel, something insane like this.
That was about 7 years ago.
7 years ago, and it stayed like this, okay? It stayed like this. So that guy, he must have bought so much oil. Man, he bought oil shares like you have. Everybody wanted to sell him their oil shares at $110 a barrel. You get guys that are rigging these markets, playing these markets. Then they feed it up to us in a kind of media briefing on CNN or on BBC, and it's somehow supposed to be important to us. It's somehow supposed to have some meaning for us. Okay, you know, the price of petrol's going up by 2 Rand or 3 Rand. I mean, it's not like you're not going to have to put in fuel. They could make it 20 Rand, you're still going to fill it up. They could make it 1 Rand, you're still going to fill it up. You still need to get from A to B. So at the end of the day, regardless of what the oil price is, it doesn't seem, also I might just add, it doesn't seem to have much impact here. The oil price recently dropped to $30 a barrel because of the inclusion of Iran inside of the whole global play, and the fuel price here didn't change.
So one has the feeling that this whole fuel price, the commodity of fuel, is mostly for people to just make money. It's just
Right,
trading.
well,
It doesn't reach us much, except
there's
for the
a
fact that it goes
driving
up.
there's a driving requirement for oil. Still, sadly, there is a driving, and likely there will always sort of be a small, hopefully, driving requirement for oil. But the fact of the matter is that presenting me with the information about the economic news that I somehow need to know what the price of, you know, gold or oil or platinum, I mean, it's meaningless to us. It's meaningless to the average person on the street. You know, if you wanted to do something that was meaningful, like give us the price of a loaf of bread. You know, they have an index. They call it the McDonald's index. They determine to see how currency is doing around the world by getting the price of a McDonald's burger from around the world. I mean, you know, the majority of people can't afford a McDonald's burger. The majority of people, you know, they're just trying to make it through the day. They're just trying to somehow survive. So what ENN would like to do, what we would like to do, is instead of where we're now assessing companies based on how much profit they made and how well they've done, and what I'd like to do is know how much that company has impacted the environment. You take a look at mines, and you take a look at the kind of, you know, the level of pollution, the output pollution of a mine. And all yet we only hear about how this guy turned this company around and he made an absolute fortune and everyone's patting him on the back because you're so rich. But nobody talks about how much destruction, the actual cost.
The environment, what it costs us,
correct,
normal people.
Correct.
And some bells just rang in my head. We were talking about oil.
Yeah.
We were talking about nuclear power. And now we were talking about renewable energy.
Yeah.
And something rings true here. Each and every one of those involves politics, and involves who's going to make money. So the fear at the moment is renewable energy also going to become a political ball?
Oh, well,
That is the big question.
Well, if you think about it, the beautiful thing about
it might be a good thing.
No, sure.
But somebody's going to turn it into something.
Sure. This is interesting. One of the largest manufacturers of solar modules in the world is a fuel company. It's Total. They bought SunPower. They bought Tenosol. They're actually an oil company.
They're just shifting the
Right. It's the same thing. You know, the cigarette companies. So if you take a look at Marlboro, the manufacturer of Marlboro, the name eludes me at the moment, but they now own Nabisco. So when the
British American Tobacco.
No, not BAT. They don't do Marlboro. Anyway, it's irrelevant. Okay, so the owners of Marlboro, when the whole world kind of woke up to the whole smoking thing, even though smoking is still a growing market, but when the whole world woke up to it, these companies just diversified. So the owner of one of the largest brand kind of companies, Nabisco, is actually the owners of the ex-owners of Marlboro, and likewise with Total and BP. They do exactly the same thing. They manufacture solar panels because they're diversifying. They see written on the wall a potential demise to their business, so they're expanding into a new line.
Here's a situation where we have a settlement, the Red Hill settlement, which is right in the middle of a highly sensitive conservation area. And the problem is that these folks' service delivery needs and that are all mismanaged. You know, they live in quite a stressed situation, and that has a big effect on the environment around them. So we can have a quick look at Red Hill. We can discuss that issue of human settlement versus conservation land, and you know, how we actually assist people like this. I think the biggest pressure of all is people that are struggling to survive. No, it's a bigger pressure now because
we advance in numbers.
Yeah, no, it's a bigger pressure now because the haves and the have-nots, and the more have-nots we have to support the haves, you know, the bigger the pressure. And here's the situation, because the haves decide, they try and dictate how the have-not should live. This is part of the big problem that we have in the peninsula here. let's have a look at Red Hill. It's a really sweet little settlement. It's still relatively contained, and everything around it is a national park, so it's quite relevant in terms of Cape Town situation.
Good foreground as well as background.
Beautiful. That's quite a nice location. You see the reserve in the background and you see the tractor town in the front. We're here at Red Hill. As you see, it's an informal settlement, but what it does represent is it represents some of the pressures that people face, and as a result of that, the environment has to deal with. Compared to Masiphumelele, it's such a difference. See, the guys are growing their little crops, quite a few little community gardens. This is a situation where council decided to get rid of all the trees here. I've been involved in experiential nature and cultural based travel in Southern and East Africa for the last 25 years. And my true passion is looking at ways to assist conservation and make people aware of some of the real big issues that are facing Africa and some of the most sensitive areas. Quite a number of people live in quite stressful environments. I mean, this is actually far better than many others. Quite a few of the really significant wetlands within the peninsula are affected by this type of settlement, which is unstructured and unplanned settlement. Yeah, so just a couple of pointers in a situation like this. We have a little forest of stone pine trees. It used to be a much larger forest, but the authorities decided that they needed to chop them down, which is very unfortunate because, stone pines are not that invasive, and they also created quite a nice shelter for this settlement here. So the authorities came along and really unnecessarily chopped down these trees. Other problems in an area like this is that service delivery is a big issue. The council doesn't effectively help with waste removal. They also rely on energy to power their cookers, and you notice quite a few people have got their television sets. But when it comes to winters, it gets extremely cold here, so they rely on firewood. And by destroying all the potential firewood in the area, it puts an extra pressure on some of the other plants in the area.
In a very short time, it's just like putting too many cattle into a very small paddock very suddenly, and they're just going to annihilate it. There won't be a single thing left.
Well, I think a good example of that, a local example, is the baboons.
Yeah.
Is that there are very few left here. We've only got 10 troops remaining on the peninsula, but even the baboons struggle to survive with what's here. So they've kind of adapted their lifestyle to raiding houses now. See now, so this is a lovely example of an absolute climax version of fynbos. And what you see is all these are all the leucadendrons. The proteas are the most dominant of the group of plants. This is an example of a leucadendron, male and female. They've got separate plants, male and female, whereas other proteas are all male and female on the same plant. This is an area that hasn't burnt for probably about 20 years. And this is like, in this area, this would be the climax fynbos situation. Down here in the southwestern Cape, we have the most diverse vegetation type in all the world. It's incredibly rich in biodiversity. An area like this is just one example of the beauty that this vegetation type is comprised of. Probably factors that influence this biodiversity and this extreme wealth of flowers is the fact that for quite a bit of the world's existence, and during the times of the ice ages, this place was relatively ice-free. So in other parts of the world that were locked up in ice, other plants were not able to actually grow and evolve, whereas the Cape was ice-free for longer periods, and they had that edge to develop and basically colonize all this new ground. The Cape itself, this part has been around 120 million years, kind of as a result of the split of Gondwanaland and all the mountains that got raised out of the ocean from one tectonic plate bumping into the other, forming this incredible new piece of earth, which is made up of all these old sedimentary ocean layers. And in this habitat, plants have evolved and diversified, growing on the soils that formed from this Table Mountain sandstone, which is this original sedimentary rock, and also other areas where the Cape granites, which go back even further, 600 million years, have also intruded and formed very acidic soils. So in this area we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have more plants per area than anywhere else, and in this reserve specifically we have more plants than the whole of the United Kingdom put together. But when you look at fynbos, it's it doesn't look like very much if you do a scan over an area like this. But once you get down on your knees and you start examining the actual detail and seeing the different types of plants, you realize how much we've got here. Some of these plants are so specific that the entire world distribution is like within an acre. It's their factors of wind, sun, soil type, and all of those factors together contribute towards the ideal growing environment for that plant. And if it doesn't find that anywhere else, so that's why you often find what we call endemic plants that are limited to an area, that they're not found elsewhere. And there's a high level of endemism in the Cape. So, too much development has a big impact on these rare plant species. This is a nice example of pristine fynbos. It's an area that hasn't been burned for quite a long while. But then on the other side there's a recent fire that happened down on the other edge there. You can see the white edge over there. That was quite a devastating fire. Fynbos needs to have fires because it helps encourage all the biodiversity, you know, because there's a succession process that would happen here. The dominant plants would disappear, and then all the pioneers would come in, and what we see as these beautiful spring flowers are all pioneer plants, and they're here to re-establish the vegetation. They're opportunistic, so whenever they see a chance, they establish themselves and they grow. They invest huge amounts in their viability to produce seed and regenerate as quickly as possible. But they're annuals, and they flower for part of the year or grow for part of the year and then disappear. But then the more dominant plants will then use that foothold to re-establish themselves. And it's a cycle of about 14 years. Yeah, just thought we'd just have a look at this situation where we had a major fire here. It was a very intense fire and pretty much destroyed all the vegetation in this area. Just a few of these protea trees that are still barely surviving. Quite amazing that you...
They survive.
Surviving, actually. You see it got scorched, you see the new growth over there. It's still viable, so it will survive. You know, the situation like this where fire comes through and sweeps clean is not always negative. You know, there's it makes way for new life. Nature has an incredible way of regenerating. You know, everything can be destroyed, and slowly but surely little seeds, especially of these pioneer plants, establish themselves and then begin a whole new process of life. Mainly as anchors to support other plants that become more dominant climax plants later. And I guess, you know, if one looks at life and looks at the success of humans, that does repeat itself in history. That, you know, you have these great empires that actually rise and then something causes them to crash. You know, be it war, be it environmental factors, disease, quite a few things. But life has this thing. It has this renewable energy. It comes from somewhere, and the problem is that us humans build this kind of, get ourselves to this apex point where we are in control of our world, in control of everything, and it's actually a very fragile position to be in, because there's the cycle where nature has this way of building and destroying, and our civilizations are also as vulnerable as a situation like this. So
we might just be being part of nature now, what we do.
Well, the earth has this, and I mean the greatest cities in the world are just as vulnerable. I mean, the foundations might be good, the structures and the construction might be great, but it doesn't take much. It can take an earthquake, it can take a flood or just a fire, or even man himself, to destroy all of that. So we kind of invest too much of our lives in building things of materialistic value, and we attach too much connection to that. You know, it's important to find a balance in life where you know that you are satisfying your absolute needs and not having to be consumptive, and actually build these kind of these towers of grandeur and put too much attention on that value, artificial value system, because it's fragile, as fragile as this environment. But the most beautiful thing of it all is it regenerates. And it's quite significant where we are here now, because when we look at the evolution of man, let's go to venture into a bit of that man originated in Southern Africa. No matter who visits the Cape and comes here and experiences this place, no matter who they are, it has some profound effect on people, because I think they recognize something. They recognize that there is this feeling of origin, that you do originate from here some time back. So there's also that process of going through a cycle of not just life, but a cycle of kind of built-in recognition of the communal intelligence of mankind. It recognizes this point of origin, and we might have ventured to all parts of the world and territories and continents and things like that, but when you come to the Cape, you feel there's something special. You feel this homecoming feeling. And yeah, so I think that is just an example of what humans recognize in nature, especially a place like the Cape. Yeah, it's incredible to see how, you know, it looked very, very bleak a while ago, but it doesn't take long. With a bit of rain and a bit of time, everything grows back, and you come back here in a month's time, you're going to have such a spectacular flower show. Due to this wonderful formation of land right at the tip of Africa here, you know, we've got a place which is very unique, and I'll go into the detail of the plants later, but this is a situation where we have a dramatic coastline, you know, with these mountains and seascape, and a little bay like False Bay is also once again a very fragile system. It's an incredible biodiversity of animals that exist in extreme conditions. During the summer months we have winds that blow into this bay here, bringing in warm water, and over the winter months the wind blows in the opposite direction and blows all the warm water out of the bay, and we get pockets of what we call upwelling, where the surface water is blown away and then the deep nutrient-rich water comes up from below and replenishes that displaced water, and that brings with it the foundation of life for the ocean, which is all these organisms that have been dormant on the ocean floor, and as they get brought to the surface, where you have this, you see the rings of white along the edge of all this coastline, that you're seeing there is actually a plankton bloom. And those organisms are brought into the oxygen-rich water, and they suddenly burst into life. And that's the pyramid of, the lower part of the pyramid of life that supports this incredible fish reserve and marine biodiversity. So that would what we refer to as the plant version, the phytoplankton, the plant plankton. And then as that food drifts out into this area here, which is mainly the coastline is really made up of pretty cool water. You know, the average temperature is about 12 degrees, so it ranges from really, really cold sometimes to even below 10 degrees, and then it can rise up to about 20 degrees depending on the wind. But this area supports an incredible pelagic reserve of fish, and this plant plankton then eventually gets fed on by the zooplankton, which are the jellyfish and the floating component of plankton, and a bit of krill and all that. And then the other group of fish which live off that, mainly filter feeding fish and anchovies and sardines and mackerel and all that, are then the next level. Great schools and concentrations of that exist off the Cape. Very, very fragile, what they call baitfish reserves. And that would then support the incredible game fish that seasonally exist off the coast here. So the problem is that it's all good and well that nature's supporting itself in a great balance until somebody comes along with a huge net and just trawls that entire pelagic shoal away. And you know, the Cape is very vulnerable in that way. It's quite accessible to fishing vessels. I mean, there's good harbours and, you know, good technology, and very soon a fleet of trawlers could discover a shoal of fish. They use all sorts of methods of locating them these days. They use satellite technology. They're able to use, they've got various sonars that aren't just like that don't just scan the ocean floor below the boat. They're able to use horizontal sonars where they're actually able to extend the range of the sonars way beyond the old traditional methods, so they can locate shoals of fish from far away and very strategically bring in a whole team of trawlers and actually take everything. So it is a big issue for us. It is one of the richest fishing grounds in the world. In terms of biodiversity, the South African coastline, which is 3,000 kilometers long, represents the second largest diversity of families of fish in the world. So from the very warm tropical coastline up on the border of Mozambique, all the way to the really cold and rugged coastline of the border of Namibia. So it's a huge range, and within that range, you've got the pelagic fish, which are the ones that very much occur off this coastline, which live in the cold water, which is the Benguela current, and then on the east coast we've got fish that are reef fish. So they're a bit more vulnerable in terms of exploitation, because they don't easily regenerate themselves. Because once a reef has been destroyed, it's very hard to kind of build the viability of that reef back again. But a place like False Bay, as I said, it's a place where we've got enormous number of fish that are able to withstand that range of temperatures, that are also very localized, as it's some of the fish up on the tropical areas. And within this bay we've got quite a number of fish that are endemic only to this area, mainly amongst what we refer to them as the little sand sharks, the smaller reef sharks. False Bay is unfortunately quite protected. They don't allow any trawling in the bay here, and the type of fishermen that operate in the area are mainly the traditional fishermen from Cork Bay, who are line fishermen, and a couple of sports anglers. But there are still, in the bay, there are a number of areas which are regarded as breeding sites for cob and for steenbras, and those areas are unfortunately still permit dragnet fishing. So quite often fish that come in to spawn and breed happen to fall within the range of these gillnet or land-based net fishermen, and they actually trawl the whole group in and destroy that viable breeding population. But so False Bay is a spectacular area. Good part of it is fortunately protected, and this time of the year we have an incredible gathering of whales, mainly southern right whales, that congregate in these waters.
Impact of on the ground, on the bottom floor of the trawlers?
Well, trawlers don't really operate here, but on the other side of this reserve is an area which we refer to as the canyon area, where the water is particularly deeper than here. And it's kind of the kind of interface where you have the cold water and the warm water mixing, because although we have this cold Benguela current pushing up coming down the coast, pushing up the coast from the sub-Antarctic, we have a countercurrent that comes from the other side, and that countercurrent is usually warm water, and that's where all the predatory fish live. And then you have the bait fish within the colder water. Now that's an area that the trawlers target, because it supports quite a biodiversity of fish, mainly the hake and kingklip. The problem with the trawler is non-specific. They basically create this huge wall of net, and they just trawl everything within range of that. And it takes everything. There's a huge amount of bycatch. It doesn't quite scrape. Bycatch is non-target fish. It could be fish. It could be mammals. It could be dolphins. It could be anything that happens to be in the path of that net is taken. And those nets trawl for 3 hours, and once they pull it out, everything, the contents of that net gets dropped into a hold, and then it gets processed. So in the time of being trawled for 3 hours and then being thrown out of the water into this big cargo hold and then being processed, most of the animals don't survive. So what would happen then is the fishing company would just take out the viable fish, and the rest would just be thrown out the back. There are quite a few other techniques of fishing beyond, other than the trawling, is the long lining. And the long lining is a matter of having a long rope with multiple lines with hooks which are baited, and it's also quite non-target because they might be looking to catch what they call the normal lionfish by baiting for kingklip and for hake, but they catch quite a number of sharks in the process as well, and those fish don't survive. The other problem with that is the number of seabirds that are actually attracted to this fishing operation. So you've got albatrosses, and you've got shearwaters, and all the incredible flocks of pelagic birds out there that actually follow these fishing vessels, and quite a few of them get dive as the ropes are recovered. The long liners, with each rope with its whole series of hooks, and quite often albatrosses that actually get impaled on the hooks and brought out. So we lose a lot of albatrosses in the process of that. So talking about bycatch, these animals all suffer as a consequence of this fishing operation.
Some people would say that the effect of dropping so much dead fish that is just not the one that they wanted over the edge could mean a lot of food for other fish. Is this indeed what happens?
It is. It's one of the most. I mean, it's quite a significant thing to be around a boat that's pulling a net or lifting a long line, because it does attract everything. I mean, it's for a fisherman. If you're a tuna fisherman, it's probably one of the best places to catch a fish, because the predatory fish know this. They're conditioned already to know that when a trawler lifts a net, that there's going to be a reward or two. So do the birds. So that's true, but the thing is that there's just so much they can eat, and the rest is just pure wastage. It's just a loss of unnecessary life. Man is polluting quite a few of these coastal areas with the sewage situations, and quite a few of the rivers in Cape Town that have been previously quite polluted have also had quite an effect on the estuaries and the coastline. But I think the bigger problem in the rock lobster industry is that they're using a very, very the method of catching lobsters utilizes what they call a trap, which is a huge basket-like box, which has got two funnels on either side. And the problem is that these fishermen often put these traps out on very, very bad weather days, because they're forced they have a pressure to catch a certain number of quota within a certain time frame. So they do expose themselves to some extreme conditions, and in the process lose these nets. And once this net is lost, it continues for almost infinity until that net actually disintegrates, continually catching everything through that funnel system. So they might have started out and had a trap full of crayfish, but those crayfish rot and attract other crayfish. So there's more destruction by them losing one of those nets than probably by them just fulfilling their quota. And if you go onto the western side of the peninsula, you'll just see beaches littered with those traps. I mean, I count up to about 30, 40 at the moment in the reserve. And just trying to think back of when they might have lost it, and what a process of killing that net has gone through until it eventually found its way onto the beach. They should prevent operators from using those. They should be.
Man is impacting the planet everywhere, and one of the big problems that is happening is potentially with global warming. They're anticipating a man-made, man-induced heating of the planet, and thus rising the sea levels because of the melting ice. What impact would that have, in your opinion, on, I mean, can you sort of foresee how it might unwind at the process? Up goes the sea level, let's say, give it 2 meters. How will that change things for anybody, for anything?
Well,
Good or
if
bad?
you're talking about the marine environment,
and coastal.
well, I think it will certainly impact on man, because man is really, wherever possible, try to develop their best position along the coast, you know, in terms of it's become a very valuable, highly sought after residential asset. So I think man has probably ventured a little bit too far in terms of nature's boundaries, and I think that is just a bit of an oversight, because the environment is constantly going through change, and you know, the Earth has its cycles, and the cycles have existed forever. In a place like False Bay, for quite a bit of its existence, it was actually dry land. It's not a very deep bay, and at some part of it, it was a dunescape. So every 30 to 40,000 years, we've had this process of sea level rise and fall. It's a dynamic process. Our kind of history is quite limited in terms of time scale, as opposed to what the Earth's time scale is. The debate of global warming is an ongoing debate. I mean, it's there are quite a few factors that are influencing it. Man's kind of impact of energy consumption and deforestation and pollution and things like that have had an effect. But you know, one calls it the dangers of global warming, but I think there are even greater dangers in global warming. I see global warming as something which is part of a natural cycle. I think the Earth, in fact, at the moment, the Earth is actually going into an ice age. So maybe there is a little bit of a counterbalance happening between global warming and us going into the next ice age. So maybe it's counteracting itself a bit. But there are other factors.
How do you explain the Arctic Sea becoming ice-free then, if we go into an ice age?
That might have other factors influencing it. We know very clearly that we have affected a lot of our atmospheric conditions by polluting the atmosphere with excessive build-ups of waste gases, which have had an impact on the ozone. And then also the ocean currents have also gone through some dynamic changes in that, and the ocean currents have actually warmed as well, whereas in other areas they've cooled. We're all concerned about global warming, you know, affecting the ice, but the ice in the past has gone through some very similar patterns where it has thawed and froze again. I mean, one actually can take slices of icebergs and go into quite a bit of history, noticing that type of detail. But for me personally, I think it's more man's impact on really physical things, tangible things, and I know you have this.
Has there been a full ice age in the last 250 million years, where the whole planet was completely icebound?
It has been.
Has there? Completely icebound, like a snowball?
Not completely locked up, and that's why the Cape is rather different from other areas, and that's why we have such a diverse vegetation type, because some parts of the world are relatively ice-free, even during that great chill. There are two schools. You obviously got the scientists that have their, you know, we live in a society where everything is about finding a mechanism of survival, and even scientists have to find a mechanism of survival. And if they can come up with a good theory to support their situation as a scientist, then they're sustaining themselves. And if that theory is to promote the idea that we're going through a time of stress, that global warming is a major impact, then it does create a bit of a public hype, and it does get people on board to help them support their research, because it becomes then a sustainable opportunity for that scientist. And there are two schools. Somebody might have a different theory, and whoever puts the right theory together, because there are many explanations for these environmental effects. One can actually put it down to much more than just pure global warming. And it also depends on, like, you know, how people are lobbied, and how the political support kind of rallies around certain issues, and the way that they can get people on board to achieve their end. You know, there's a great amount of support for anything where one raises a level of fear amongst people. When their security is compromised, if their well-being is stressed, they will always find mechanisms to try and discount their stress situation on something, which is most often bigger issues like environment. And I think the environmental issues that they put out there, and the doom and gloom that they present, are sometimes a bit of a smokescreen for other things that are going down.
And yet, previous civilizations have become extinct, basically gone down.
Well, I think a lot of that is human dynamics. Those extinctions would probably be effective of maybe a localized environmental factor, an extended drought, or a local flood, and I mean, those situations have existed in the past. It's not that the world hasn't had catastrophic environmental conditions. I mean, they have happened. We do have volcanoes erupting, having a huge effect on a much greater area than just the local one. I think it's more how man influences his local environment, and how they can try and keep a status quo of balancing nature and balancing human needs.
This is an invitation for you to participate in a reality television series which could transform the social and environmental challenges we all face today. If you want to do something big to change the world away from its present course of destruction, here's an extraordinary opportunity.
Monkey Valley is a very special location to initiate a program like this. It started out with a vision of duty to protect a very sacred milkwood forest. In that, it's already an amazing accomplishment that we have preserved this.
You can develop without hurting anything. You can put people in a place where they respond to their surroundings. I film at environmental and climate change conferences all over the world. Where the other television crews are filming the politicians, I'm filming the scientists and the people who have the solutions which the world needs to hear. We're actually talking about reducing, possibly by 2020, possibly by 2050, to half. I mean, it's as though you don't understand that before 250 million years ago, the Earth was too hot for us to live on because these gases were in circulation, and we have already put some of those gases back. And we should be actually declaring a state of emergency as far as we're concerned, and working out how to stop the use of fossil fuels, and that is already possible.
I think that as a matter of principle, of course, you're absolutely right.
Private companies and public sector companies, many of whom are now leading the way and producing an important source of optimism as they invest in renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, energy efficiency, sustainable forestry, sustainable agriculture. These new patterns of economic gain will mark the road toward the future.
We should and can do it with enough determination. And you know, if we can have governments help a little bit by, I mean, very simplistically, you know, do not tax clean fuels, you know, tax dirty fuels, you know, put, you know, as clean fuels start getting 1% of the market, put 1% tax on dirty fuels. When clean fuels got 3% of the market, you know, put a 3% tax extra on dirty fuels and so on, just to make the differential and encourage people to go for clean fuels. And then once clean fuels has got 50% of the market, well, the problem's solved. and you can start taxing clean fuels. And everybody's a winner. And it just seems like a blindingly obvious thing for them to do down the road there. Let's hope they do that, because that will help industry play their part in getting this problem solved.
I was the one that made the decision to leave our news crew in Baghdad when the first Gulf War started, and we covered it from behind the lines. The first time in human history that a news organization had covered a war from behind enemy lines. So I thought a lot. I said, this is responsibility. You've got to think a lot. And it popped up after I thought about it. We've got to end the Cold War. We've got to get rid of nuclear weapons. And we have to take better care of the planet. Not just, there are a lot of other problems. The overfishing in the oceans, the oil spill. There's a lot of other environmental problems other than climate change. That's just one. You got to deal with all of them. I mean, it's, if you've got a good heart but you don't have a liver, you're going to die anyway.
Remarks on the inadequacies of GDP because it does not measure some of the most important economic realities that we have to deal with. GDP does not measure the depletion of natural resources. It does not measure the production of pollution. The economists refer to negative externalities. This is the kind of phrase that induces sleep, but it actually hides a very important reality. We must turn away from continued obsession with carbon-based energy and turn toward the energy sources of the future. And we must incorporate sustainability principles into business plans.
The New York Times a few days ago, and in particular, the quotes in the second paragraph, even with a deal to stop the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, scientists warn the world will become increasingly unpleasant. But then it goes on to say, without a deal, they say the world could eventually become uninhabitable for humans. Now, this is a watershed. For the New York Times to be allowing this to go to print is a new level of realization of the problem in the human imagination.
Because without tar sands on the table, without tar sands meaningfully included, Canada's policy is essentially empty.
If we're going to seriously tackle the climate change problem, the days of building large, traditional, dirty coal-fired power stations in large developed countries is over.
Yeah, we are concerned that all the discussions in this COP17 are leading the world to a situation of catastrophe.
I know that our biggest company, Tata, has just bought 30,000 acres of virgin forest and has slashed it all down to grow food for animals. Why are you allowing the rest of the world to buy your land for feedlots? That is the question that African media should be asking.
The impacts are already manifest on the continent. So we are not speaking of what may happen in 5 years or 10 years. We're talking about what is going on right now. We're speaking about droughts and famines on the continent. Thousands of people displaced from their ancestral homes, living in refugee camps. We're talking about environmental refugees, climate environmental refugees already on the continent. We're talking about floods. We're talking about crop failures, desertification, mudslides, floods not just in Africa, floods in places like Pakistan, where huge tracts of land have been submerged, to mudslides in Latin America, bushfires in Russia. In other words, climate change is a planetary crisis. It's not just a challenge that confronts a few vulnerable people in poor countries. It is a challenge to the whole planet and to every single person. Yesterday at the Faith Rally, Bishop Tutu declared very clearly that those who think that the crisis will exempt them, they actually live in fool's paradise. We may go first in Africa, but everybody's going to join everyone else.
2/3 of the hungry of this world are women. 2/3 of the illiterate of this world are women. And 2/3 of the poor of the world are women. That can't be an accident. That has to be somebody's policy or philosophy of life. That this is a part of the world that you can feed last, house last, educate last, and free last. Where do we get ideas like that?
The first is the report from the International Energy Agency that I'm sure many of you will have seen, which sent really a stark warning to the world that we have 5 years left to prevent irreversible climate change. 5 years. The reason is that if we continue to invest in carbon-intensive infrastructure, the lock-in effect means that it will be too late.
It's important because climate change is not just about dollars. It's about lives. It's about suffering. It's about survival. The health message is central. Our politicians must understand that people are suffering and dying now, and that very, 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 very many more will suffer and die in the future unless they act now.
People power has dramatically risen to meet the climate crisis.
And it's just ridiculous. This green economy that they're talking about is a commodification of everything, the air, the soil, the water, the land. Like they were saying in the conference, anything that has carbon in it, they want to be able to use to offset for more carbon schemes. These COPs, this is the 17th one since they realized there was a problem with climate change, and yet they seem to be going more backwards. They don't care about climate change, it seems. They care about the money that they can make off of it.
In a world filled with the obscenely poor, we are also filled with churchgoers. Now, there's got to be a disconnect.
What is at stake is the life of our children. And that is criminal what the politicians are doing here. The message that they are saying is that they do not represent our interests. They represent the interests of that 1% of people who are engaged in corporations. They represent that interest, which is probably much less than 1%. But the 99%, we have to go to the streets and pressure our governments, our politicians to do the right thing. You know, what is coming out as a result of this conference is the moral collapse of governments.
We are seeing a negotiation occurring between those who would protect life on Earth and those who would protect financial interests. That is the heart of the negotiations going on right now.
Not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future because the impacts which we already see now are so effective.
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future. That's my view. I don't think they will know future. They will have the future. The future will be kind of horrified.
That's why we decided to start the University of Earth reality television series. If the world could only know what is happening to the Earth, as told to them by the top people in their field, they would become convinced we have to change what we are doing.
Well, for the past 3 decades, I've been involved in taking people through the region, Southern Africa, and giving them an experience of what we have here.
I went to my friend Russell and I said to him, Russell, I want to put these people into the bush.
Southern Africa represents so many very special aspects of biodiversity, of origins of modern man, of life in all forms. We have more mammals in South Africa than we have in the whole of North America, South America and Europe combined. The diversity is phenomenal. In terms of the peninsula having a relevance to the course is that this at one time was an island. It's a place where the 3 oceans, the Atlantic, Indian and Southern Ocean, have a confluence. So it's very relevant in terms of sea biodiversity.
Imagine the treat of going into the bush with Russell.
In our program that we put together for the University of the Earth, we planned 2 very significant journeys into the eastern wildlife-rich area of South Africa, the Greater Kruger Park, one of the most diverse national parks in the world, the largest wetland system in Africa, the Greater St. Lucia wetland, the mountain kingdom of Lesotho. Right, our western journey is quite different to the eastern journey. The succulent-rich Richtersveld, the Kalahari, the Namib Desert, the Okavango has the greatest show of wildlife on Earth. We end the journey at the mighty Victoria Falls and then finally making our way back to Cape Town.
I feel like, in a way, the University of Earth is like the very tip of an arrow. All we're doing is saying this way, and the rest of the people are going to put their own intelligence and their own ideas and their own wanting and longing to have a different kind of future behind it.
The journey is how the linkages work, how the interrelationships work between places, people, environment.
So here we are going to put people into places where they're going to actually experience the bush in such a way that they begin to care.
We will then achieve personal solutions through various people which we can then combine into a greater vision.
The University of Earth reality television series puts people in front of the camera, exposes them to factors that are missing in existing education, shows them how all aspects of reality are interlinked, and challenges them to find new systems that are more in harmony with the continuation of life on Earth. We'll be covering nutrition, natural agriculture, health, conservation, performing arts, environmental law. The point of doing a reality television show, it's basically to encourage the world to become solution-driven. If you're allowed to throw toxins into the water and into the soil, and you leave out the costs of what the impact is on the environment, then you may appear to be profitable, but what in actual fact you're doing is you are killing your own future as a business, because you're eliminating the infrastructure which your clients need to survive.
The solution will grow from here to become a bigger one that would also influence other parts of the world.
30 enthusiastic participants exposed to scientists, authors, experts, great minds, filmed in Monkey Valley Resort and in the ecosystems of Africa, discovering how to change the systems into ones that are in harmony with nature, and sharing the excitement of the journey with viewers worldwide. If you would like to be part of this series, contact us.
The negotiators at this COP and their governments back home are not capable by themselves of reaching that goal. Only massive pressure from Earth citizens all over the world can force them to do that, against the wishes of the political and economic elites, the 1%, and the biggest, largest, dirtiest corporations in the history of the world. That's why this movement is important, and that is why we are here.
So that was when we created Engaja Mundo, which means engaging world. And what I wanted to tell you is that we believe that the main force that we have as young people is innovation and creativity.
This is comprised of many struggles. You know, I think part of what we can do is a process of integration, escalation as well, where we recognize that there are a lot of other groups, a lot of other sectors, movements, networks that are really working on climate justice, but that's not what they're saying they're doing. They're working on energy, they're working on food, you know, they're working on transport, they're working on things like that.
Juan Vasquez was born in Mexico City and now lives in Montreal, Canada. He's a homeopathic practitioner of alternative medicine, a meditation teacher, and youth coordinator for the Environment Initiative of the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization, which links spirituality with ecology. He's helped create the global youth projects Eco Shanti and Om Cafe, and he's participated in the last 4 UN conferences on climate change, as well as the Rio Plus 20 conference on sustainable development. He served as part of the international core team for the Conference of Youth that took place last week, and I'm surprised he's still on his feet. But here's Juan.
So thank you, John, and also it's a privilege to be here with all these amazing youth. I think you're climate heroes, because the fact that you're here and speaking for the youth is an amazing example of what youth can do. I'm part of the Brahma Kumaris. We have an environmental initiative, and we talk about the relationship that exists between the environment and spirituality, and it's basically the dimension of the self, of the personal level. I personally like this topic because it goes deep into who we are, what we do, and our consciousness, how the awareness of who we are, our spiritual being also influence the way we see things, the way we do things, and eventually how the actions are being implemented in this world. So one thing that I was sharing Koi for Brahma Kumaris for the youth was how to ignite hope in people. You know, one of our roles as faith communities is to ignite hope in this process, because as we see the magnitude of this problem, which is climate change, we see that it can be terrifying. It can be a very big, you know, it can be overwhelming just for listening is how bad things are. But what we propose in Brahma Kumaris is to start looking at things in a different way, so we can start focusing on the positive. So we start focusing on the things that are working, and based on that, we can create change. And basically, one of the best ways to create hope is to believe in change. I always quote this from Mahatma Gandhi, which is, be the change that you want to be in the world. And I really take that by heart, because I think it's our example that can make a change. And this is something that can also influence others. Just to share an example, I'm vegetarian, and the fact I live with my sister, she's my roommate, and I never say anything to her, you have to be vegetarian, it's good for the environment. She simply one day told me, you know, I want to be vegetarian. So I was very surprised how if you become what you want, what you speak, you can have that influence on others. And I'm also really enjoying coming to COP in bicycle. It's a very good experience instead of driving an hour in traffic. I know that that's a big chance that I have for this COP. So I invite you to look into your own lives and see what are those little changes you can do to make a difference in your own self, but also with the people around you, because that effect ripples. Like if you throw a rock into a lake, you know, the wave will follow. So you never know what that impact can do. As I consume, you know, I can consume things, and that can have an impact maybe in Mexico, can have an impact in China, with the things that I buy, the things that I consume. But if I start looking at things in a different way, for example, my lifestyle, the impact, instead of being negative, can be a very positive and elevated way to contribute to contribute and avoid what is called climate injustice. You know, so what I propose here is really for you to look into yourself and see what is the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you.
Emily Williams is campaign director with California Students Sustainability Coalition. She has a degree in environmental studies and wrote her thesis on determining the financial harm done by the University of California's investments in the coal industry. She showed tremendous leadership in getting both the student and faculty legislators at my university to call on the regents to divest some $6 billion in their holdings in the fossil fuel industry.
Great, thank you. I want to agree with everything that everyone else has already said. So this is just kind of to go on top of it. But the first thing I wanted to say is I wanted to thank Nathan for mentioning that COP21 is not the end of the road. We are not going to get to Paris. We're not going to win climate justice. We're not going to just be able to wipe our hands and go home and like make a nice dinner or something. But what it is, it's a major turning point. When we get to COP21, we want to make sure that we can get the largest change possible. We can view COP21 as a really great chance to build a lot of pressure, a lot of momentum up to that point, and then make sure we have a very, very solid movement to move on afterward. So I believe that in order to get change, we need to have mass mobilization. Negotiators, governments are not going to move by themselves. They're not going to choose to place people over profit. They're not going to choose to align their policies with humanity unless they're pushed to do so. And they can be pushed in a lot of ways. And I'm just going to talk about two different ways that I've seen and I've participated in, both sort of from the local perspective and more of the global perspective. Local action usually has much more of an indirect impact, but it serves as a model. So in California, a lot of Californians like to say where California goes, the rest of the nation goes. And we all know that the United States is a pretty big player in the climate negotiations. And so we view California as a really, really important place to make local change, to see if that can serve as a model, start creating shifts in public consciousness, and eventually create the change that we all want to see. And so at CSSC, where I work, we try to do that in a few different ways. And two of the ways I'm going to talk about is shifting finances and shifting projects. So I work on fossil fuel divestment. The divestment campaign, if you haven't heard of it, the basic premise is getting institutions, so universities, churches, even states or municipalities, anything like that, to pull their investments out of the top 200 publicly traded fossil fuel companies. And then the next part of the ask, which I really love, is to reinvest it in climate solutions, reinvest it in communities that have been negatively impacted, reinvest it in the renewable technology that we need. And so it's looking at shifting finances, stop financing the industry, stop financing the cause of climate chaos, and start putting our money where our mouths are. The next side of it is also in shifting projects, and that kind of goes into what Naomi Klein called Blockadia. We work on something called Students Against Fracking, and we also work on something called, Fighting Crude by Rail. I don't know if anyone's heard, but in California there's a proposed path to transport oil sands starting in Northern California, going down through Oakland, going down through a lot of the coastal cities, and then going out through the Los Angeles port. Of course, it's not going through rich people's neighborhoods, it's primarily going through people's neighborhoods who don't have the socioeconomic privilege to really fight it. And so we work with a lot of students to try to see how can we start blocking these projects? How can we start getting county bans for fracking? How can we start blocking the paths that crude by rail is going to take to really start shifting projects that California implements? These things have an indirect impact in the long run because they start creating that model. But you can also have a direct impact. At COP, something actually that we're starting, and Juan is, I'm going to wrap this up really soon, Juan is a part of it, is something called the Global Youth Manifesto. And the idea is if we want to see change happen at the UN level, we need to make sure that as youth as well, we can agree on the values that we hold most dear and the kind of policies we want to see implemented. And I see a few people who are starting to get involved in it. So we're looking into creating a values document and a policy document that will dictate the kind of outcomes we want to see. Biggest takeaway, no matter what you do, it is useful. But the key thing is do not look at this as a COP-to-COP type of movement. This needs to be every day. It needs to be consistent. It did not start yesterday. It starts in 2 weeks from now when we get back home. But it's also going to take everyone. A movement isn't one person. A movement is everyone working together. Thank you.
A short introduction to Lisa Iona, and tell you that in 2013 she was named Canada's top environmentalist under 25. And she's here in Lima as a delegate with Sustain Us. You have about 2.5 minutes.
Thanks, John. And so I'm just going to start by talking a little bit about why I care about climate change, because for me what matters is speaking from the heart, and so I will try to rush through this and keep in mind of time. So I'm here because I realize that we need a multitude of movements, like Nathan and many of our speakers, including Emily, have mentioned. We need local, national, international movements if we really do want to solve the climate crisis. And I care about climate change because it constricts my heart and causes me so much pain when I hear stories of people who are directly affected by climate change. And I believe that our elected representatives need to hear those stories. And you, and I'm talking about you in terms of governments, classmates, negotiators, adults, university trustees, and oil company executives, every single person who tells me that I might as well settle or not bother trying because climate change is a done deal. Do these people, do you think that you can tell me that what's being done is enough? Or is it okay for you to tell me that for even one person to die or to have their life reduced to poverty from climate change, is that okay? Is that acceptable because we tell ourselves that it simply isn't possible? They try to tell us that we don't matter, that young people, that women, that people of color, that indigenous communities whose rights to their own land has been stolen, that people of lower socioeconomic status, that all who have perished already due to climate change and all those who have yet to be born, they tell us that we don't matter, and they tell us to give up. I say no, hell no. They tell us and they tell me that it's impossible, unrealistic, idealistic, But I look around me and I see how beautiful this world is, and I cannot bring myself to accept the reality that apathy cannot overcome the humanity that we each have, and I refuse to believe that. I am Canadian, and Stephen Harper's policies will not faze me. Canadian government does not represent the best interests of its citizens, and that is clear here and at every COP. There's an opportunity here for Canada to take the lead with INDCs, the intended nationally determined contributions, but they're not including stakeholders like young people and the people I've mentioned in these conversations. And we must be able to use these spaces to tell our negotiators that they are going to lose this battle if they decide to ignore science and to ignore young people. And not just to the people who are here in Lima, but to their grandchildren who will ask them how they could possibly let this happen, and to whom they will owe more apologies than they will ever be able to live to make. And just quickly to mention, because I do realize I'm out of time, some quick things I think we need to keep in mind is, as has been mentioned, is we do not just have this opportunity, this international forum to make a difference. Paris will not hold its weight if we don't have domestic action and if we don't have change. If we don't use storytelling to impact people and to really get that message out, and if we don't have hope and believing that not only the people in this room, but that local initiatives back home will make a difference. And lastly, we do need to celebrate. I don't think we celebrate nearly enough. I think this is exhausting work, but if I could say one last thing, is just remember to take care of yourself and to realize that we are doing something that, while it is incredibly difficult, is just the most important thing we could ever possibly be doing at this very moment. So thank you.
Good day, my name is Brian. I'm the chef at Monkey Valley Resort. Today we're going to do some healthy, pure, organic and free-range food. We're going to be focusing on stuff that is sustainable for the planet. First dish I'm going to do is called pawpaw, roasted pawpaw and walnut relish. Walnut has got a lot of protein in it. It's also got a lot of sterols and sterolins, which is good for your immune system. So we're going to make something with that. It doesn't require a lot of cooking. Pawpaw is going to go into the pan for like 5 minutes, and the rest of the stuff is quite raw, and it's easy to make and it's quite tasty. So the first thing I'm going to do is the walnut relish. So you just take a couple of walnuts, just chop it up roughly. Let's throw that into the mixing bowl. A little bit of cinnamon, which is quite good for you, also good for the immune system. Then an onion. As far as I know, onion is natural antibiotic, so that's also good. And it's got a bit of a crunch and a nice sharp taste that it gives to food in general, or the relish. So you try to chop the onion nice and fine. That's also going to go in your mixing bowl. Then fresh tomato. We're not going to use the whole tomato, we just want the outside skin. And the skin also contains a lot of vitamins, minerals and so forth, which I don't know all of them. Just chop that up nice and finely. That. Now we're just going to add a little bit of honey, which is very, very good for you. Honey is very, very good. Some honey, and then some balsamic vinegar, and some fresh coriander. Coriander has got a very earthy sort of smell to it and a very earthy taste, and it's also quite good for your health. Nice green color. Just roughly. Just mix it all in there. that's more or less the relish finished now. So now we're going to focus on preparing the pawpaw. Just going to peel that. This is quite a big pawpaw. I'm sure you can get smaller pawpaws than this. That's massive. So you just need a little bit of that. I'm just going to cut it there. And then cut it in half. Just going to have to remove these pips. I'm just going to go back into the kitchen, cook this pawpaw, and I'm going to come plate it. Right, so I've gone back, I've gone to the kitchen, cooked the pawpaw. I've just come back, caramelized it, got the natural sugars in the pawpaw to caramelize and give a nice little flavor. I haven't cooked the pawpaw much, so a lot of the nutrients remains in the pawpaw, so it's quite healthy, and it just gives it that little bit of caramelization, that little bit of caramel sort of taste to the pawpaw, which makes the dish quite interesting. So now we're going to plate it. One small little piece of pawpaw is more than enough for a light lunch. Put your pawpaw in the middle of the plate. Then we're going to take some of the relish and just scoop it on top. Just give that a nice stir and just place it nice on top. So you got a soft little pawpaw, sweet little natural fruity flavor, and you got the crunchiness of the nuts. You got tomato in there, you got some honey in there. So everything in here is extremely good for you. There you go, guys. Natural food, nicely plated, light lunch. Bon appetit.
In 1988, that's when we had Bill Molson, the founder of permaculture, who came from Australia. He held a workshop in Botswana on permaculture, and two of our guys, who are now our trustees, went to attend the workshop. And then after the workshop, that's when they turned this farm into a training center. And their main focus was permaculture. Permaculture means permanent agriculture, but it can be defined in many ways. Some say it's an approach to designing system which will give sustainable rewards. Right now, as permaculture is growing up, we are now slowly getting into urban communities. We use natural resources for the production of our crops. And for instance, for soil improving, we use this type of composting. We just harvest fresh cow dung, and then we put it in this container, we perforate it, and then put the dung in, and then introduce worms. After a period of 3 months, the worms will be doing the decomposition. They will be decomposing the stuff, and then after 3 months it will be ready. Then we take it and then put it in silids. We mix with sand and then pot it. Then after those 3 months, the worms will be in abundance, and we could use them for feeding our poultry, and the extra we can take it for fishing or for fishing or for selling, or we could introduce them in the garden. Well, they will be in abundance. Nature is working for us.
Okay.
Sure. And then this system is called the container garden. It's ideal for those people who are residing in flats, who doesn't have where to do the cultivation. You just fill in an old sack with compost and a bit of soil. Then you perforate it and then you plant your vegetables. You are home and dry. And if you think of going for a holiday resort somewhere, just take it and then put it at the back of your truck. Then you'll be having fresh vegetables with you. These are herbs. Herbs are used in various ways. Some are used for culinary, some has got medicinal properties, some are used as repellents if planted with vegetables. For instance, we have this one. It's called nasturtium. Some use it as just a flower, but it has got more properties than just being a flower. We use it to deworm our livestock. It's very, very, very useful. And for human beings, if you have got upset stomach, take the flowers and then chew them, swallow the juice. If you have got eye ailments, you take the flowers and then you put them in boiling water, let it cool, and then bath your eyes. It helps a lot. Then we have celery. This one we use it as a repellent again if planted with the brassicas. And apart from that, on medicinal properties, it suppresses BP. One is suffering from BP. If he takes this one regular on his or her diet, it reduces BP.
What is BP?
Blood pressure.
Oh, okay.
Blood pressure.
Celery.
Celery. And then this one is called thyme. Thyme, variegated thyme. This one is used for cooking, in fact. Apart from cooking, it has got many medicinal uses again. You could use it for whooping cough, you could use it for bronchitis, you could use it for headaches, or for boosting up one's immune system. If one, especially those, it could be AIDS victims, if they take this one, it helps them to boost their immune system. Yeah. The lifespan will be a little bit prolonged if they take this one regular on their diet. It's very, very useful. Mint is in different varieties. We've got spearmint, we've got black mint, we've got peppermint. Right. It is used for sore throat. If somebody is suffering from sore throat, colds, flu, you could use this one. Just take it as herbal tea. Or if somebody is suffering from dizziness, you could just take a herbal tea of mint. It helps a lot. And then apart from that, if planted under fruit trees, it helps as a repellent of fruit flies. Plus, it's a very good soil binder. Wherever there is little erosion taking place, if you plant it, it binds up the soil very well. That it reduces soil erosion. Called lemongrass. Lemon. Maybe the word lemongrass comes from that it has got a lemon flavor, and it smoothens the skin. Especially with the ladies, they like this one. Yeah. Acacia trees, they are termed as legumes. We use them in agroforestry, whereby we mix crops and trees. They are nitrogen fixers, and they are fodder. They can be used as windbreak. It doesn't shed the field. If planted with the crops tend to do very well. They can even grow very nice under these trees. They are very, very friendly.
Except for the thorns.
Sure. The group is the poor rural farmers who doesn't have enough cash maybe to buy these so-called barbed wires. One could resort to this type of tree. It's called Doviaris scapula. It makes a very good live fence if planted close. It develops thorns, and by so doing it inhibits goats, donkeys to enter in a field. Very, very useful. And apart from being a shield, it produces fruits which could be taken, and they're very, very nice, very rich in vitamin C. We have here is we have indigenous trees, be it indigenous fruit trees and then trees. And then we've got exotic trees, fruit trees and not fruit trees. And we have passion fruits and we have herbs. But generally, they are for generating income and improving sites within Fambizanai. Wherever we feel like there's bare land, we could just take them and then plant them to improve the site.
How does it improve a site?
Whenever a site is very bare, if you've got a massive downpour of rainfall, erosion takes place. But if you plant trees, the roots helps to bar the runoff and then let the water penetrate into the soil. And you could even introduce grass. You plant trees and then you plant grass. By so doing, erosion is minimized. That's how it improves the site. We plant our crops diversified. The reason being that we are trying to encourage a symbiosis friendship, whereby if you have got a nitrogen fixer, that nitrogen fixer will be fixing nitrogen, thereby benefiting the neighbor. It could be, in this case, it could be spinach. The nitrogen that is left by this bean is taken by the spinach. Right? And at the same time, if I've got an outbreak of a certain disease, if that disease attacks spinach, at least you are left with beans. But if you've got just a field of spinach, if that disease comes, it wipes away everything and you are left with nothing. Those are the advantages of diversifying. And at the same time, we encourage farmers to cover the soil. The reason being that if the soil is covered, there is little runoff. And at the same time, there is much percolation. The the temperature of the soil remains constant when the soil is covered. There is little evaporation. And at the same time, it decomposes as time goes by. It decomposes, and by so doing, it will be adding fertility into the soil.
So it's just grass?
You could use grass, you could use dead leaves, you could use live mulch, whatever you have. Because we are saying, it depends with the place you are. If you are in region 1, if you are in region 4, whatever you have there, make use of it. If you don't have even grass or leaves or whatever, you could use even stone mulching. But that one is ideal under fruit trees. You could use stone mulching. We also encourage farmers to dot a few fruit trees in their fields or in their gardens. Right. If you compare the production that you get from one tree and the production that you get on a piece of land planted vegetables, you could see that from a tree you get huge sums of money. So we encourage farmers to dot a few fruit trees into their system for boosting income.
What kind of tree is this one?
It's macadamia nut.
Which one?
That one. Macadamia nut. Very, very expensive. A kg you could buy it at something like $300 and something dollars. Very, very expensive. Okay, this one is called Leucaena. It's a nitrogen fixer, and at the same time it's fodder. At the same time it's working as hedge here. In permaculture we say at least one element should serve many functions. Right. So apart from just being hedge here, it is barring diseases. The other diseases that travel with wind, like blight. So whenever you have a hedge in your garden, that disease could be trapped here and then doesn't get to your vegetables or crops or whatever. At this time of the year, there is outbreak of pests. Vegetables doesn't do very well. We are leaving this so that we could feed our livestock because we believe in recycling. We take waste from the garden and then we feed our livestock, and then in return we get manure. We put it on a compost, we reapply it into the garden. So it's sort of a cycle. You could see some of the farmers taking off these old vegetables, throwing them away. That's not a good idea. Recycle it so that it gives benefits again back to that land where you have harvested it. And then after that you put a heavy feeder, it could be maize, so that it makes use of the nitrogen that is left by the prior plant.
Yeah.
It's a peach. It's called the elderberry. The flowers are used if somebody is suffering from a heavy flu. You could use those flowers. And the leaves are used for making compost, very rich in nitrogen. And you could use it as hedge again. So hedges are very, very important for stopping wind erosion.
Yeah.
And trees should be shaped in a way that it will become easy for one to harvest. It will become easy for one to spray. So we don't encourage farmers to leave trees growing high up. It will be very difficult for them to harvest. And at the same time, they end up having their kids having fractures because they climb up there, which is very, very much dangerous. So in the necessary course that we give, we train them that they should train their tree. A tree can behave in the way you want if you train it, but if you leave it, it will give you problems. So this is the result of training. The branches are growing sideways. It's very easy to harvest. You can even harvest when you are standing. You can even spray when you are standing. We make organic remedies. You could spray with hot pepper mixed with a bit of soap, or you could use tephrosia. Tephrosia is one of the most tree that we use here, which is more powerful on whatever pests. Be it bagrada bugs, be it grasshoppers, be it what, it's a sweeper, we call it a sweeper. And we use it as a last resort. Sure. So whenever we have an outbreak, we use that one. So we make what we call liquid manure. What we simply do is we find a container and then take fresh cow dung and then put it in a container, add a bit of water, and then leave it to stay for about 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, you sort of spear it. Yeah, that's organic farming. And then you take this stuff and then apply it on your crops. You dilute it 1:2 with fresh water, and then you apply it on your crops. But the most powerful one is the one made from chicken droppings. You just harvest the chicken droppings, you put in a sack, and then you put in a drum, you add water. You leave it for 2 weeks again, and then you top dress your crops. But with liquid manure, you go to dilute the one that is made from chicken droppings 1:5 because it's so powerful. If you don't dilute, otherwise everything will be burned. It's very, very powerful.
That's for the flies, hey?
Sure. This is what we call stone mulching. If you've got problems with chickens scratching at the base of a fruit tree, just put stone mulching and you are home and dry. And at the same time, it's acting as a habitat for lizards. Because in organic farming, we also need what we call predators. They help us in reducing the number of pests. So this is a home for lizards, beet snakes. You know, snakes are very good for controlling mice. So this is the ideal home for our predators. Be prepared for them. If you put fertilizer, yes, you get quick results, but the taste is awful. But if you use manure, it gives a wonderful taste. The taste is just perfect. Remedies on spraying is that whenever you have a customer or you have visitors during the night, you can pick up the leaves because you would have used chilies or hot pepper to do the spraying, which is something eatable. You can just wash that chilies and then you prepare for your customer or for your visitor. But if you use Roga or these synthetic chemicals, if it is 21 days before harvesting, you got to wait for those 21 days. But we are having problems because most of the rural farmers, they are money hungry, so they sometimes cheat. Rather than waiting for those 21 days, you could see him waiting for about 15 days and then start harvesting and then selling for the sake of money. But look what will happen. All those people who consume those vegetables will end up having problems just for the sake of money. But if you go organic, you could do spray and then at the same time harvest, no problem.
Fig tree.
It bears fruits and then the fruits turn red when they are ripe. By so doing, they attract birds. And then whenever we have birds in here, birds, rather than feeding on the figs, they could end up picking up pests. It could be butterflies, it could be grasshoppers, they end up picking them. So it's serving main functions here. It's a fruit tree and at the same time it's attracting birds. The birds in return will feed on pests. This is called yarrow. It's a herb. It's called yarrow. Yarrow is a very good plant if mixed with the brassicas because it produces a certain odor which is not liked by pests. So it will be acting as a repellent here. And at the same time, it's a painkiller. If somebody is suffering from anything, you could just take a herbal tea of it and then it eases the pain. It's very good again on bleeding. If somebody is bleeding, you just rub the leaves and then put them on that wound. Automatically the blood will clot. It promotes clotting of the blood. So rather than going to the nearby clinics, we have everything here. Yeah, we have everything. Maybe when somebody is dying, maybe that's when we could rush that person to the hospital. But otherwise, we would have tried all means by using the natural stuff we have here. Okay, this long grass is called vetiver grass. It is a very good soil binder. Wherever there are gullies or if you want to go on gully reclamation, we advise farmers to use this one because if it establishes very well, the roots can go up to 1.5 meters and it bars runoff very, very, very effectively. And apart from controlling soil erosion, we use it to control moles. Whenever we have moles in a piece of land, you just plant a row of these and then a row of those somewhere there. Then you could kill the moles that are found in between. And then those from there or from wherever, they cannot pass through the roads because of the smell it gives. It's not liked by moles. So it's a repeller of moles. The connection of the ecosystem, they'll be seeing everything. So they prefer using these outdoor classrooms. Closely, we build what you call a chicken tractor. It's just a small wooden thing with a bit of fence so that we keep the chickens at one place and then we put the chickens in. The chickens will scratch, that is picking whatever pest they could find. And at the same time, they'll be dropping their droppings, that is fertilizing the soil, and then weeding, the grazing or the taking of the whatever is growing there. That's fine for us. So after a period of maybe 2 weeks, we move it, put it in another place. We plant something there. It means that place is pest-free, it's manured, and it's weeded or it's cultivated already. And that's how we use chickens in the system of permaculture. Then we come to biogas. We encourage farmers to use these biogases in rural areas as a way of getting fuel. Because after independence, most of the farmers, the rural farmers, they went on a rampage of destroying the environment, having piles and piles of firewood, forgetting that tomorrow they won't have anything to resort on. So we are coming on with this project of biogases, whereby they could use fresh cow dung, feed in, and then get methane gas, and use it for cooking and lighting as well.
So there's methane coming out of that tube?
Yeah, sure, there's methane coming out from that.
And where's it going?
It's going into that house and being used in there for cooking and lighting.
Amazing, huh?
So what's in there?
Methane.
Yeah, but like, how do you get it?
Then we have the inlet there, where we pour, it could be kitchen leftovers, fresh cow dung, we mix with a bit of water, it forms porridge form, and then we pour it in. When it comes here, there are those anaerobic bacteria, which does the decomposition. And then the product that we get is methane gas, and then it's piped into that house.
Wow.
The waste it comes through the outlet. We take it as celery. It could be used as liquid manure. Then we take the waste and then we apply it on crops as liquid manure. So in permaculture, we don't throw away anything. We make use of everything. Yeah, sure. Make use of everything. We have cattle. Those are the ones that does the grazing. And then we have pigs. We used to have goats. We just buy them and then fatten them and then sell them as a way of generating income. We harvest seeds from the fields, be it in the garden, be it in the fields, seeds of trees, seeds of vegetables. We bring them in here, we store them there, and then we could sell them to our visitors or customers. And then the extra we could replant it in the garden so that we become self-reliant. We are promoting self-reliance. We have courses that runs for 1 week, and then some runs for 2 weeks. And these bricks are called the SSBs, soil stabilized blocks. They've got a cement element in them, and they can last for a long time. They are very cheap to produce. And they can stay for a long time as long as they don't get wet. But even if they get wet, because of the properties of cement that is inside, they become much stronger. And as I said earlier on, that our target group is the poor rural farmer. If you look at our structures, they are made in a way that even the rural farmer can afford. Look at the ceiling. It's made of reeds, many reeds that are found in rivers. It's not very expensive. The window frames is just planks, but at least the house is presentable. It's not all that bad. It's presentable. So we are encouraging farmers at our level best to use local available resources. Something that doesn't pump out money, because money is easy to get these days. Water that is harvested from the roof is diverted into these pits. These are water harvesting pits. We believe in permaculture that water which is above the ground is destructive, because if it joins forces, it can even sweep away a house. You know, the floods. So we try by all means to encourage farmers to let all runoff sink.
Straight away.
Let it sink, and then if it sinks, it becomes productive, because it will rise up again at night, and it will recharge the water tables. And then by so doing, you'll be having perennial boreholes. But if you leave it flowing, going away, it's lost forever. You'll never get it again.
So these are people's houses here, huh?
Yes, these are people's houses. This is just a model village whereby we are trying to show the farmers how they can set up their homes or their houses. We have the bedroom facing the northern hemisphere. It's because the sun here in Zimbabwe, it follows this direction. So if you build a house this way, it means only one room is going to get enough sunlight. The rest will be dark. So if you build it this way, at least all rooms will get enough sunlight. And at the same time, water that is harvested from there is diverted again into that pit. The whole system is called the pit bed. All the kitchen waste are thrown in there, and then with the help of the water that is harvested from the roof into there, it decomposes quickly. And then after that, it will be manure. Then we retake the manure and then reapply on beds.
How does the water get there? Through the gutters?
Through this drain.
Drain.
Then the water that is harvested from that bedroom goes through the gutters into that tank. Unfortunately, we are not using the tank so far. Then you could use that water for washing your clothes or your plates.
And what about drinking water?
Drinking water, we get it from an electric borehole. It's somewhere there. And then as for soil preparation, we also have this herb here. It's called stinging nettle. Stinging nettle. We use this one to make liquid manure. Earlier on I said you can make liquid manure out of chicken droppings or fresh cow dung. But if you don't have all those, you could resort to this one. This one or Russian camphor. It's very, very rich in potassium, very rich in nitrogen. What you simply do is you harvest the leaves, you put them in a container. Then due to fermentation, it decomposes. The liquid that you get is what we term liquid manure. And you can dilute it with fresh water, 1:1. And then you apply on your crops. Apart from making liquid manure, it's a very good suppressor of sugar diabetes. If somebody is sugar diabetic, you could resort to this one. Just make a herbal tea, and then you put a bit of honey, then you take it. It suppresses the disease. Blood poisoning, it also helps. And again, it's a repellent of snakes. Those who are in Zimbabwe who are living in region 4 or 5, there are lots of snakes. So you can just make a small jura of this one, because snakes doesn't penetrate on it. Maybe it's because of the spikes or whatever. It doesn't like snakes, and you could hardly find one crossing this one. So it's a very good repellent of snakes. We don't believe in plowing, because if you turn up the soil, after 5-6 years, the soil becomes exhausted. It quickly becomes exhausted. Maybe what we encourage is we can do plowing maybe on staggering years. Maybe after 3 years you plow, after 3 years you plow. Or on these other years you could practice what we call minimum tillage, where there is little disturbance of the soil, so that the soil will remain intact. Upholstery building materials. This one is called the rope and washer pump. It's just maybe a simple borehole that is a bit advanced. It sucks water from the permanent water table using this rope. This rope has got washers. These washers. And these washers are at every 75 interval. So it rotates into the water table. Then it comes out through this PVC pipe. The volume of the PVC pipe is just similarly the same with the size of the washers. So whenever it sucks water from the water table, that water eventually comes out as you'll be rotating. It's working.
That's pure water, huh?
Yes, that's pure water.
That's absolutely fantastic, man. Jeez, you guys are so clever.
Yeah.
In the old days, if you had a resource, countries would go to war for a resource. So like, and not purely resource. There was always, like, you know, fundamentalism and religious kind of, you know, they would also drive wars. But commonly it was what about resources. So if you had fuel or oil, like these are famous stories, you know, like They've discovered oil on Mars, and now United States invades Mars. You know, it's part of that whole joke. You know, if you've got a resource, your chances of getting invaded are good. But nowadays with mass media, it's not so easy to do it. So in the old days, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Like if you take a look at Zimbabwe, large proportion of Zimbabwe's resources were owned by a foreign power. This is a true story going throughout Africa. Throughout Africa, you have large resources owned by foreign powers. What is British Petroleum doing in Nigeria? Equatorial Guinea is being run by the French. This is just reality. This is just what happens. They discovered one of the largest natural gas platforms just off Mozambique, and you're going to see that some instability is going to emerge from that region while people start to scuffle about who's going to get the natural gas. So the thing is this, is that China plays a much smarter game than that, because China doesn't do things that are messy. It likes to do things neat, and it likes to do things tidily. So what China does is what's called economic war. China economically enslaves Africa through their own desires. It's so clever. It's almost like heroin. They provide you things at a ridiculously cheap rate, and you buy it, you consume it, and you consume it. And what you're actually doing is taking your finances, throwing it out of your country, giving it to China so China can expand. And then what China does is it starts buying your natural resources. So for argument's sake, there's a big argument that happened about 2 years ago. South Africa was insisting that China allowed South Africa to refine some of its ores here first as a product, because obviously if I sell China iron ore or whatever, I can maybe sell that for $2 or whatever it is, $10 a ton. But if I refine it, if I make bolts or nuts or screws or whatever, and I sell that to China, I can now sell that same thing for maybe $50 a ton or $70 a ton. But China refused, because China basically has been buying up all the resources all over the world. You know, there's a phenomena that happened in the United States, so not just here in Africa, where people were stealing drain covers because it's pig iron, basically, and they were selling them back to China, and that was because China was busy with massive expansion projects and required the iron. China then changes its policy, okay? If you drive through some of the most kind of, dead areas in this country, you will see a $5 Chinese store, or what they call a 5 Rand store in South Africa. You'll get a dollar store in the States. But what you don't know about those is that the Chinese government pays those people to come here. They actually fund them completely for their entire year of business. And why? Because what happens is, by putting those people here, they inject Chinese product output into our markets. And they put up in the most random places. Chinese families basically moving into a place, always run by Chinese people, and distributing Chinese products at ridiculously good prices. And what happens is, it undermines the local economy, it puts a focus on the Chinese economy, and all they've done is economically enslave us to China. Do yourself a favor, and this applies anywhere in the world, okay? You go into your local store, your big chain marts, okay? And especially like a brand like Kmart or something, you go into that and take a look at how many products are actually manufactured in your country, wherever your country is. You take a look at how many of those products manufactured in your country. And I'm telling you, there's a massive proportion that just are not manufactured by you. And really stupid things. You know, things like butter. If you go into Pick n Pay, which is our local chain store, and you take a look, there's a Ladysmith butter, which is from a place here in South Africa, which is put in black on the bottom shelf, and then we're surrounded by all this Irish butter and American butter from all over the world. And you wonder how we lose our economy, why our economy is disappearing, why we have trade deficits. We have trade deficits because the big players are able to inject their product into our economy, take our money, and thereby also, I might tell you, take our jobs. Because if we're not buying our own product, we're basically not creating jobs locally. And all we're doing is building a bigger and bigger dependence on China. That's why when China, in this case China, when China sneezed and said, "Oh, look, our economy is retracting," the whole world went into craziness. There was no money, there was no more, people didn't even buy gold. The fact of the matter is is that here on the ENN network, we basically, our objective is to just tell things as they are. Tell it as it is, and I'm sure we will get a lot of flack or criticism as we get bigger, but the point is this is happening all over the world, and not just economic enslavement, primarily about the environment, regarding the environment, the thing that nobody seems to talk about. We need to communicate with people, we need to talk to people, we need to collaborate ideas, and we need to bring in people. If you've got something that's happening in your area, something that you feel is worthy based on any of the topics that we've been talking about now, we would like to hear from you. We'd like to put it up, we'd like to stream it, and we'd like to make it happen.
Do you think we're going to make it? Do you think it's too late?
Climate change?
The Arctic has melted, you know that. The Arctic's
I think we can make it. I'm a born optimist, but I think this place consistently is underestimating the seriousness, the radicalness of the issue, the risk of tipping points, the many assumptions that goes into the models that speaks to 2 degrees being not that impossible, really tough to get. I think we can do it if we are facing the radicalness of the issue, and that means that rich countries really need to do a game change turn. It's about getting to 100% renewables in a ridiculously short time.
They all want to do it keeping money in mind, and we should, in my opinion, it's serious enough to suspend the economy until we've changed the energy source. Do you think there's a snowball's hope that they'll do that?
It was too much noise, I didn't hear.
They all want to do it keeping money in mind, that they phase things out until they've made a bit more money out of it. From what I've seen, we can't do that. We've got to cut completely. We can't even emit more. We've got to take what we've made out. Do you think there's a snowball's chance that anybody's going to see that from what you've been seeing?
I think it is. There is a chance. Yeah, there is a chance, but it requires a completely different mode of thinking and understanding again the radicalness, the urgency. We've seen this kind of change, say, in times of war. We have changed the way we produce things very radically. We have agreed that there needs to be sufficiency. That has, we can find ways of doing things that are better in terms of well-being, but it's much more lean. But it's very different from the, say, very consumption-oriented mainstream way of looking at development as we see it around. If we think that we can continue with that without getting a deep sense of understanding of limits and sufficiency, not in a doomsday gray way, but as a different way of embracing, life, I think it is possible.
Thank you.
Climate change is really being fueled by our lifestyle changes. And if we can cut back, like we have always been, on eating meat, then we can begin to make impacts, not in 50 years, but within the next 10 years.
I've been very interested in the position of meat and health for a long time because to some extent it seems almost poetic justice that what we do to animals should result in making us suffer so much. And yet in Africa there's this statement, meat is meat and a man must eat, and that's become synonymous, it's considered male. In actual fact, they have found out that, and I think that with the amount of female hormones that you get in your meat, exactly the opposite actually occurs. Could you comment further on that? And also, one other thing is that could you comment also on the amount of toxins that are in battery farm meat, please, and what effect it might have on our immune systems?
Really, we should address the question of what we are eating, what it's doing to ourselves, and stop confusing where our attractions are going. It can be good for a short time, but it's very bad for your heart. And talking about what's happening, whether it's the fast food that we're eating, or the chicken, or the meat, I began by talking about the African DNA, the African gene, being so responsive to input, and especially of the proteins that we are putting in. But it has a lot more to do with the hormones that are in the whole food system, which is suddenly unnatural for the African gene.
In fact, there are lots of findings of the Potomac River going to Washington, right? Where they found that fish and frogs have turned from males into hermaphrodites. They have got women's sexual parts in them, along with being naturally male. And when they studied why this happened, because it's not a one-off thing. Most of the frogs, most of the fish there are hermaphrodites. And they found that it was because of the cattle and the feedlot runoffs, the hormones that were being given to animals and that were coming out in their dung and feces and was coming into the river. And those hormones had caused fish and frogs to become hermaphrodite. Now, if they can, in a short time, cause a female sexual parts to come in a male, can you imagine what they're doing to the men here?
If we are having men that have bigger breasts or bigger behind, it becomes an issue. So, really, if we can go back to eating natural, it makes a lot of sense.
Point I raised earlier of the culture, you see. Now, there's two phenomena within our communities. The one is our weddings, that celebration of like marriage, okay? There's a belief, a firm belief that is entrenched, that says that there's got to be blood that flows, okay? For the two families to be united when two people get married. That's the one element. And we have many weddings, I mean, as one would imagine. I mean, we are I think 50 million odd people, half of which are adult, okay? That's the one. The other thing is just, okay, there's another one of Amadlozi, the ancestry, and that's some kind of religious practice, okay? Where we worship, or should I say, we pay homage to our forefathers and then all those people. We believe, again, that something has to be slaughtered in order for one to still have that connection in a positive way, that is, with their ancestors. How do we now begin to address such things and be able to alter the belief system and the lifestyle, so to speak, of a population that really believes that for me to have luck with my ancestors, I've always looked at a sheep or a cow or a goat and have everybody coming to eat the meat. Sorry, how do we begin to address such issues? And I'm all for this. I mean, I, for one, very much believe in less meat.
It's not a cultural practice for us to use cars. So how come we took to them like a fish to water? Yeah? It was a cultural practice for you to not wear clothes at all. So how come you're wearing them? The same way, now last year, I used to go to the mountains, and it was a great cultural practice to sacrifice animals to the gods. So I simply took to the Home Secretary, who's in charge of the police, and the Rural Development Secretary, who's in charge of giving money to the villages. And we went from village to village that had the animal sacrifices, and we held arguments. And we heard, you know, oh, this is a cultural practice. So then we talked through the matter. We had lots of hostility, we had lots of people arguing. The end result was this year, there was no animal sacrifice at all. Because I simply said, okay, anybody who does any sacrifice gets no money for the village and gets the police. And anybody who doesn't do it gets lots of money and no police. And that was the end of a cultural heritage, right there. Do you understand? So what we call cultural heritages, I mean, we used to go travel by horses. We don't. We used to kill our little girls when they were born. Now you don't. So what is a cultural heritage? And a cultural heritage that is not sacred. If it's rubbish, it has to be abandoned as much as anything else. So a cultural heritage that makes you sick has to be abandoned.
Needs to be.
An African diet, you know, never really comprised of so much meat, you know. And now when you walk outside, you'll see your KFCs and McDonald's, and you know, they are carrying on expanding. So if one wanted to actually send out the message that people shouldn't be eating from KFC and McDonald's, I mean, what would be the best way of approaching that?
No, there are things that societies can do, and there are things that governments have to do. One of the things that have to be done is for executive orders on what can and what cannot come. In our country, for 2 years, KFC was banned. It was only when there was a massive bribe that they came into India. And monosodium glutamate was banned for 50 years. Ultimately, it gave way to a bribe. But the point is, executive orders that ban need to come in. Government needs to play its part of being a paternal feature, right? Otherwise, why do you have government? if they don't have the courage to take decisions that cannot be taken by you and me, and they must take them. That's what they get their jobs for.
In Nairobi and actually Kenya, in 2010 we just got our first Kentucky Fried Chicken. For a long time we never had them, and we need to develop. And unfortunately the policies and our own desire to develop towards what everybody has is a wrong mentality. And then you have WTO that is saying, no, you cannot close your market. And like Madame Gandhi here is saying, that when it was her turn, KFC did not have, they didn't come in. And when she went out, whether they're coming through the back door to bribe somebody, it finally comes in, and all it takes is to have big billboards with very juicy chicken, and soon you'll see everybody going that way. So equally, if you do want people to have healthy lifestyles, you should look at hospitals and building of new hospitals among the populations as a bad sign, not a good sign of development. Because why would you need hospitals that much? Because people are getting sick. People have cancers and people are having all sorts of things. And so you create an artificial remedy and you call it a sign of development. I think that is thinking backwards.
Because India and China are the biggest consumer market for the United States and for Europe. Because there are just so many KFCs that you can absorb, and now you're going to use us. Therefore, you listen to us on rubbish, matters, like not allowing methane and anything else. If I were to say today, as the boss of India, if I were to say, okay, every foreigner who comes to India must wear purple underwear, he probably would, because if that's what it takes to get into India, to make our people eat and drink and buy European stuff, that's what will happen. Now the next big target is Africa. And therefore there will come a time in the next COP, believe you me, that anything that any African leader says will be accepted. Because this is the next big market. So we have to stop seeing people as markets and consumers, and we have to stop being them.
And actually, to add on to that, we are already seeing South Africa standing as the spokesperson for Africa. South Africa has the largest poultry industries, factory beef production industries, and so because South Africa is a leader, mainly because of the resources it has, and then we perceive that South Africa is developed, then the rest of Africa will try to copy South Africa, and South Africa has been trying to catch up with